So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. Please take a seat. The people that are still outside, I see people are still coming in, which is of course a very good signal, and it shows the big interest in our discussion here this morning. Before we kick off our discussions, good morning to everyone. I hope you had some time to enjoy your coffee and maybe also some croissants outside before. It is my big pleasure to welcome you, but I'm not the main welcomer here today. Of course, our president, Klaus Ries from BASF, will give the official welcome address before I will guide you a little bit through the agenda and will also address you afterwards. It is already my pleasure to see so many faces, but I will come back to that in my welcome address. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to our president, Dr. Klaus Ries from BASF, who will welcome all of you. Thank you very much already for coming, and you will hear that very often today from me. Thank you.
Welcome to our EPSolution event in Brussels. I learned yesterday that not many events like this are made. I was surprised because I thought that's more or less standard, but we are very proud that Jürgen organized this together with his team. And we are also very proud that we have a prominent list of speakers. I would like already to welcome Mr. Bosmans, and I'm taking a look not to make it wrong, Policy Advisor, European Commission from the DG Environment. So he is in the center of our topic of today. And I also would like to welcome Andreas Holm, Professor Andreas Holm. Here, sorry, it's not easy to find you, who will present a very fresh study which shows the importance of the insulation of the building envelope in combination with the right heating system and not the other way around. So this is very good that he came all the way from Germany to this presentation. Later on, we will have not Maria Grapini. She was announced to come, Member of Parliament from Romania. She's working with the CPR, Construction Product Regulation, the second one that is really important for us. The first one is obviously the Energy Efficiency of Buildings Directive. And so these two themes will go through like a red line through our discussions today, I'm sure. But she will send her assistant later for the panel discussion, Alina, I can't read my own writing, Stanciu. And we hope we get some insight on CPR, because there are some aspects they discuss we do not quite understand why they are so key for the EU. And let's see if we can get a lively discussion on these topics. Stefan Moser will also come from the DG Energy. Habe ich es verwechselt? Das tut mir jetzt furchtbar leid. Herr Moser. Apologies. Mr. Moser is already here, so that's my confusion with the names. That's one of my weaknesses, my many. Werner Bosmans will come later. He's the policy advisor of the DG Environment, which I've announced, and Stefan Moser is working for the DG Energy and will be presenting the view of the EU on energy supply and what we need to do to have security of supply and cost-efficient supply in Europe. So much for the introduction. We know that the situation we are in Europe with the high energy costs is not easy. We have programs in many countries which then help people to pay their energy bills, but this is not a sustainable solution. We know that we need to save energy to be able to make the transition from fossil energy base to a sustainable energy base. Even if we all say the sun is shining and it's for free, you need to make sure that you can transform the sun and the wind in energy. This doesn't come for free. It's a limited resource, if we are honest. You cannot build, as our chancellor said in Germany, he wants 5 windmills installed per day. He can have a lot of wishes, but this is not going to happen. So we have to be realistic about the supply side, and then you immediately come to the part of energy saving, and when you speak about energy saving, you speak about EPS. EPS is the product which from a technical point of view, has a superior performance. It's recyclable, it's cost efficient, and as we know that in houses across Europe, it's not the rich that live in uninsulated houses, but rather the more normal or even poorer people. There is also a big social responsibility to help them to be able to save energy. So it's not only about saving costs to become richer. It's also something if you're not well off and you suddenly pay instead of 1,000, 2,000 euro or more for your energy bill. That's a significant impact on your balance sheet of the family. Having said this, I would like to hand over back to Jürgen to show the agenda. He's already nervous because I'm speaking too long. And I wish you an interesting day and speak up, engage in the discussion. So it's not such a big group, so we can afford to have some interesting insights also from the audience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Klaus. I would never cut your word, as you know, but it's my pleasure now to take the floor and welcome all of you from my side. Also the people that are looking and watching us at home via our YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us online. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear esteemed guest, I hope, as I said, that those at home, they will have a coffee at home and enjoy it in your home office. The people here in the audience, and they are numerous, hopefully they had some time to enjoy the coffee here. Thank you all for coming. It's incredible to see so many familiar faces here, be it from our membership, be it from the EU bubble. I see journalists, I see people from the European Parliament, I see people from the European Commission, and Klaus already had introduced one of our keynote speakers that I will also introduce in a second. All in all, we will be around 100 people today, which is rather impressive for such a small association as ours is, and we know that we are a niche association, so it's very flattering, and it is a compliment for us to see so many people being interested in the topics that we want to talk about today. For those of you at home or here in the audience that do not yet know me, my name is Jürgen Lang, and I'm the Director General of EUMEPS. It is my pleasure to help you, to welcome you today for our event EPSolution, Smart Insulation as Remedy for Climate Change and Europe's Energy Dependency. So today's event will show you that our material, expanded polystyrene, EPS as we call it, has a key role to play in the humanity's fight against climate change and will help Europe to reach its own set climate targets. My goal today, and our goal from the association today, is that every one of you who is in the room or joins us from at home leaves this conference saying that you learned something today, and that we hope that you learned something today that we from the industry, of course, already know. This means that EPS is the sustainable high-quality insulation material. It is the sustainable material because it consists of 98% air and only 2% polystyrene, why it is 100% recyclable, having more recycling opportunities than any other of the competing materials. And of course, and this not to forget, for those people who remember our event from last year, we are already widely recycled all over Europe, and this is the proof that it is the sustainable solution for insulation. Also, EPS, as I said, is a high-quality insulation material, meaning that its performance is outstanding and it lasts over years, even centuries probably. Besides, and this we should not forget, it is very easy to handle. There is no need for any precautionary health measures, meaning you don't even have to wear a mask. Everyone can handle EPS, which is, of course, a big advantage. And finally, and this must not be forgotten, in times of high inflation rates and of skyrocketing prices of energy, EPS is the only affordable insulation solution. This means that we are the only material that makes renovation and insulation accessible to all parts of the society. So this must not be neglected neither. All these incredible characteristics distinguish our material from different insulation materials, and making EPS, and I know that's a big word, but it's irreplaceable in the construction sector. So our industry, as you see, has a key role to play in helping Europe to achieve its climate targets and to reduce Europe's energy dependency. And this is what our event today is about. It's also my pleasure to welcome our guests today. Mr. Stefan Moser, who will be our first keynote speaker, has already been introduced kindly by our president, Klaus Ries. Mr. Moser, thank you very much for giving us your time, because you're dedicating a chunk of your time. The other speaker will be the external speakers. I will also introduce the internal ones. Alina Stanciu, as unfortunately Ms. Grapini cannot make it today, our MEP, but she sent a replacement. She will join us later on for the panel discussion in the second part of the conference. Then we have Andreas Holm, Dr. Andreas Holm from the German FIW with us today, and he will present what we already knew such a long time, that heat pumps without insulation doesn't make sense. And it's very nice to have the proof, even the scientific proof for that here with us today. Thank you very much, Andreas, for coming. And we are still awaiting, as Klaus had said, Mr. Werner Bosmans, who is the policy advisor from the European Commission in DG Environment. So, and for the internal speakers, we have here Luca Saccardi, who will give us an insight on the Italian Superbonus and will show why the Superbonus was actually a best practice example of subsidies and incentives, how we actually can foster a renovation and insulation in Europe. We have also other speakers like Ellen Moss from BEWI, who is kindly presenting all the advantages and the benefits that our material can bring to the construction sectors. Some of them are not that obvious. This is why he will kindly present on that today. Then we will have, in the second part, it will be all about recycling of our material. As I said, we have more opportunities than any other material. So there will be presented all our recycling methods. We will have Adela Lankl from Bachl, who will present the mechanical recycling. We will have Richard Geevers from PSLoop, who will discuss with us the dissolution process, which is very innovative. And we are very glad to have here from our chemical recycling experts, BASF, Ewen Chesnel, who will present chemical recycling to us. And then all of these will take part in the panel discussion in the end of the second part of the conference. In between, don't worry, there will be a coffee break for those who are still hungry or are in the need of coffee. Just to clarify, all of you will have time to ask the questions after the presentations or during the panel discussion in the end. Our dear Ingrid, she will take note of the questions that are asked in the chat from the people watching us at home. And so there will be all time of the world to answer your questions. Concluding, I would like to thank our dear sponsors that you already see here on our slide. Without you, so I thank Austrotherm, Fragmat, Hirschborazell, Kingspan Unidech, Steinbacher, Thermoorganica, and of course Yetico. Thank you very much for your generous contribution. Without you, this amazing event would not have been possible, and you helped us a lot to organize it. So one more time, I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone who came to us here today, and that you dedicate your time for us this morning, and for our members also this afternoon for taking part in our General Assembly meeting. I wish you enlightening discussions and of course a lot of fun. Thank you very much for coming all over here. And then, of course, now it's time for our keynote speaker, Mr. Stefan Moser from the European Commission. Thank you very much. Hallo, Stefan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Ries and Mr. Lang, for the kind introduction. And it's very important to have a dialogue with you as a very important stakeholder association and stakeholder group. Working on energy efficiency, energy savings. As Dr. Ries has said, we are in a world of multiple challenges. We have, on the one hand, the climate crisis, the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and save energy. I would say these are two parallel objectives, so it's not the same. Of course, energy production often also implies greenhouse gas emissions, but energy savings and renewable energy are also necessary for energy security, and they are precious economic good. So we see that even more in these horrible times with the Russian aggression against Ukraine than ever before. There have been energy crises before, and there has been a build-up of resilience, I would say, throughout Europe. This was brought to another level, I would say, last year with that aggression, before we had several other problems already, including with Russia and Ukraine in 2014 and 29. And as Dr. Ries has said, we are direct victims also as Europe, and several of your companies, including the company of Dr. Ries, is also suffering from that directly. We have indeed, we are confronted with changing times, fundamentally changing and changed times now. What we never thought before would be possible has happened, and which has also brought into complete rethink business models which we took for granted, which were, I would say, also shared with the European Commission, including also the role of gas as a transitional fuel. This is now a different story. Not so much, I would say, that we would not, at least with additional efforts, be able to ensure security of supply, but the economics have changed dramatically because it is expected that fossil fuels, but also in particular natural gas, will be much more expensive in the future because we have to bring it from other places which are further afield, or through liquefied natural gas, which is more expensive by definition because you have additional transport costs. So that will probably change business models in Europe, but also the implications for the building sector, where we basically need to place even higher emphasis on energy savings, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. The two go together. I would say one of the key elements of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, as it was proposed by the Commission, but also as it's being negotiated with the Member States, the Council, and the European Parliament, is that there's the concept of zero-emission buildings as a vision for 2050, to be achieved earlier for new buildings, but also to be implemented for the building stock. Zero-emission building, meaning it's not zero-energy buildings, it's not passive buildings, but buildings where energy efficiency, energy savings, and renewable energy go together in a kind of optimization, economic optimization, with the, I would say, the objective of being climate neutral. But how to achieve that will depend on an optimization in the member states, even at local and regional level, depending on the availability of carbon-free, of renewable forms of energy, and the relative costs of that. But it is clear that energy efficiency will always play a very important role for the building sector. In the building sector, we will need to improve the energy performance from the shell of the building. So the facade, the roofs, the windows dramatically, irrespective of the heating system, which is inside, be it electricity-based, gas or oil-based or wood-based, because it saves precious economic goods in any case. And also reduces the amount of energy which has to be channeled through the grid, which also is an important economic consideration. We need to expand the grid in any case, but we need to make sure that we can handle the expansion of the grid. There will be a dramatic shift towards electrification in the building sector, but also for mobility. So there will have to be a kind of parallel assessment with the efforts which we are doing in this shift on the grid side. And of course, the more we can make sure that we have all reasonable measures taken on energy savings and energy efficiency, the less there will be a burden on the additional expansion needs of the grid, which creates simply economic costs and inconvenience also because you have tear up roads and streets for citizens. So your industry is clearly one of the key players in this. I would say you're one of the makers of the energy transition as an industry enabling energy savings. The EPBD calls for a comprehensive analysis and better data quality. So it tries to ensure that data quality is improved, that the quality, the performance of buildings is more thoroughly assessed, that priorities can be identified in a more precise manner at member state level, but also in particular at local and regional level, so that we know what are the weaknesses of buildings, and that we need to take a comprehensive look, looking at all the weaknesses, a kind of comprehensive diagnosis. We should avoid jumping to just one or two aspects because this is possibly a high attention in the discussion and so on. We need to have an open mind when addressing the weaknesses of the building and see really what are the priority measures to be taken, what makes sense in the first place, in the second place, in the third place, what can economically be implemented, what are the options in order to have, on the one hand, the most efficient and effective outcome of a renovation, and on the other hand, feasibility, affordability for the citizens, because we have a tremendous challenge across society in relation to affordability and the handling capacity of society, capacities by industries, installers, but also citizens being able to understand and engaging and going along. So that is absolutely crucial. And I would say the heating system is a very important focus area, but sometimes in the political debate it may now appear that it's the most important issue. It is very important. So the role of heat pumps, for instance, is very important, electrification, but it's not necessarily always the first thing to do when you have a building. So the first thing to do is often irrespective of the heating system, making sure that whatever energy used to heat the building or to cool the building is done. And that is basically reducing the need of the building to have energy, so the energy needs of the building. And I would say, I can of course not say that one or particular product is the best. I mean, you have your economic interests, which I fully respect. There's a range of options to do that. That includes various parts of the building which have to be analyzed basically on the spot by experts, so either energy advisors or the one-stop shops, which we have called for to be strengthened through the EPBD. One-stop shops being basically information points accessible to citizens online, but more importantly also physically, that people can go to and have a direct contact with someone who can advise them on the spot, also coming home if needed, and taking them by the hand, trying to identify the options, helping to identify financing and further contacts. That is very important because many citizens feel overwhelmed by the complexity of the task. It's something where normal people, and that includes myself, I'm not a technical expert, even if I have some affinity to the subject, are not expected to develop expertise just for one or two renovations which they do during their lifetime. That is simply not possible. So there needs to be professionalization and sufficient access to an availability of energy advisors, or either in the private sector or the public sector through one-stop shops, where confidence is being built, the fears are being addressed by citizens, and the options are put on the table. What we and also the financing options and the further steps forward are addressed. What we also try to put down in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is the concept of deep renovations. Deep renovations should be supported financially more and can certainly be supported more by member states. And one of the important tools for doing that is through building renovation passports. Because it's like seeing a large mountain in front of you. If you just stand in front of the mountain, you think, I will never get up there. So you need basically a guide to get there in several days. Yeah? So from hut to hut, that you would basically have confidence on day one. I do an easy warm up. Then on the second day, I go to the next hut, and then to the third hut, and then to the fourth hut. Then maybe I take a little break because I need to recover, and then I continue. And then in a week, I'm on the mountain. Then your fear is basically you overcome your fear. And that's very similar with a renovation, when this is maybe your main property which you have, and you have at the same time also constraints on the money on your bank account, that you don't have just unlimited resources, that you know that there can be a program to do this. And to do a deep renovation, the objective is to decarbonize the building stock by 2050, but to have step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 being established in a building renovation passport, which can be the basis for financing support from the public, but also a basis for access to money from banks. It's a kind of contract, basically, which allows to do that, while you can say, this year I'm doing that, next year that, third year that, to avoid that there would be incompatible steps, that you would get stuck on the way or regret something later on. That's very important in the current debate, where in the political, some politicians or some citizens really say the EU imposes on us something completely impossible. This is overwhelming. We can't do this. I have to leave my house in a few years. All this is not true. This has to be operationalized by people on the ground. We can provide here the policy framework, and the member states at national level can also do that through building renovation plans, provide the tools needed, but they have to be applied on the spot through the energy advisors, the one-stop shops, together with the citizens and the financing institutions and the planning authorities, in order to develop this step-by-step approach. And that, I would say, in many cases, should concentrate in the first step on the most obvious improvements, which often is actually improving the shell of the building. So energy savings, energy efficiency, and not necessarily just say, I have a relatively new gas heating system, but everyone tells me we need heat pumps. I can't afford a heat pump because it's 45,000 euros. Therefore, I'm panicking, and talk shows saying, how can this be imposed on citizens? Yeah? So this is not the idea. This is not the content even of the proposal. The discussion is that when there's new investments in heating systems, they should normally try to concentrate on things which can last for 2 or 3 decades. So you don't invest in anything anymore which in principle should be phased out, but the existing heating systems do not have to be replaced. They can continue until the end of their lifetime, where at the same time you can do lots of improvements in the house through the shell. So that, I think, is very important to rationalize the debate, but also underlines, in particular, the field of activity which you have as industry engaged in energy savings and energy efficiency. So I mentioned the role of national building renovation plans. They're a key tool because they are a reference framework for the stakeholders to know what actually is the direction of travel, how far do we need to go, what exactly do we need to do, what are the barriers, often capacity of industry, clarity for industry to expand capacity. They need clear signals, otherwise they will not invest, and the signal to training institutions, professional organizations to expand the number of workers, installers, for instance. But there needs to be clarity, planning certainty for people, also to attract young people to enter the sector, for other people, of people from other sectors to move into the sector by retraining, by reskilling, upskilling. And for that you need a clear, I would say, reference framework which is well consulted with everybody and can create the necessary planning certainty for everybody involved. So that has to be done at the national level. It's not at the EU level that this can be done. We create basically the main framework in terms of content, the points to be addressed, but it has to be filled out at national level, often with input from the local and regional levels, because it's not the same everywhere in a member state. in many countries there are even different climate zones in member states, yeah, and historical differences, starting points, types of buildings, and all that. So it's not the same, and has to be well consulted and worked bottom up also. We clearly have the need to work with different tools. Requirements, I would say we will not be able to do without requirements, just voluntary measures or financing incentives. This is something which has failed in the past. Yeah? So we have not progressed as much as we should have by now. So there's a backlog in what has been achieved so far. The building stock is worse than it should be. Looking back the last 30 or 40 years and looking forward the next 27 years by 2050, when we will have to achieve, by the time we have to achieve the climate neutrality objective. So we have to accelerate dramatically, I would say, the efforts. And I think the message has come down to society. That's why there's all this excitement now about the Buildings Directive in society. Also opposition from all sorts of political camps, without mentioning them here. And I think there we need to work in parallel with requirements. We propose building a minimum energy performance standards for buildings at the EU level, focusing on the worst performing buildings to basically roll up the building stock from the bottom, where the biggest benefits can be generated for the efforts taken. But also then minimum energy performance standards at national level to be fleshed out through the building renovation plans and the national legislation. So this would normally work with energy classes, because that's the primary tool for information, transparent information for everybody. What is the performance of the building? But it's of course not enough, and it would not be fair to just impose obligations on citizens. So this has to be complemented with a very strong enabling framework. As I mentioned before, support, technical support, advice, but also financing. The financing will not be enough just from the public sector. There will be enormous amounts of money needed, but it doesn't mean that it comes all from the finance ministry, from the taxpayer. Public money has to facilitate, has to be the tool to generate also private financing by reducing the risks, public guarantees, co-financing, making sure that banks take into account also the economic value generated by renovation, so the increase of value of the property, and put this into the conversation with citizens when they actually are involved in a real estate transaction. That basically the value from improving the building is not seen anymore as a cost, as a lost money basically, but as an investment, where the main challenge is providing the liquidity to be paid back later on, but not losing money, but rather gaining money for society, because there are lots of positive external effects as well for society. This applies even more so for vulnerable citizens, for worst performing buildings, where of course social policy has to be factored in. So social policy and buildings policy go together for the vulnerable parts of society, notably where also housing companies are not always organized in a public form, where you could say the public owner simply takes care of that. There are also financing constraints, but often organized in a private form, where the costs have to be recovered somehow. And if you can't increase the rents by as much as you would need to recover the investments, you would need to cover them elsewhere, and that has to come in principle from society in one way or the other, if we want to maintain the social policy function of housing for vulnerable people. I think that's very important, not to lose certain aspects out of sight, and run into unintended and unwanted consequences of basically people having to leave a renovated house just because it becomes too good for them to stay in. Yeah? So either too expensive or actually no longer acceptable from the social policy and social law requirements. So that is something which has to be taken into account. I think there are multiple benefits from focusing on worst performing buildings and vulnerable citizens. This is not just about climate and energy, it's also about social inclusion, health, safety, and I would say making parts of society again integrated, developing cities, reducing crime and social problems. So that's something which should be fully addressed, and for that we need also ownership at the municipal, at the local policy level, where dialogues are being organized with the citizens. What are the objectives of a transformation of vulnerable areas? How can we bring them forward, etc. So that's very important. In what I've just said, it appears already that one cannot just work building by building, just everyone working in isolation and maybe just looking like this at the neighbor, what he or she is doing, but not really talking really and doing it together. I think there's a very strong case for identifying synergies with the buildings around you through district approaches, neighborhood approaches, energy communities, where there are synergies. So there are aspects which are individual to each building, often the shell of the building, because it's simply there and there's air around it, so that you have to take care of yourself. But there are also aspects which are common and where synergies, economies of scale can be generated through renewable energy, for instance, production, through the integration with the transport system, the grid, possible also common heating and cooling solutions for a larger number of buildings. And that is very important to reduce costs and create higher effectiveness, ensure higher effectiveness of the measures. For that you need dialogue, you need facilitators, social facilitators in the neighborhood, which can often be done actually by local politicians, so that's their role. But also people entrusted by the local authorities like energy advisors, architects to actually engage in a dialogue and also provide then the important channeling of information, of technical information to people who otherwise would be simply left a bit desperate in front of the challenge. So if they just read it in the newspaper every day what you have to do, but no one is going to help them, so this can actually be a way to overcome the fear and really help people. So that I think is very important to do that, and that can be organized in various formats. Then integration with mobility I mentioned already, so electrification goes basically hand in hand for both buildings and mobility, linked to the grid, to the local distribution grid. Often arguments are said the grid is not strong enough. It has to be assessed what exactly needs to be done, not to overinvest, but definitely not to forget about it. Otherwise, at some point, the message is you can't connect anymore because it's overloaded and it takes 5 years to reinforce it, so wait and do nothing for now. This is exactly what we should avoid. So we need to anticipate the needs through intelligent planning and also clear messages, who can do what at what time and how long does it take. Coordinate the different players. That's very important in that respect. So I think with that, I would like maybe to simply say also that we have, of course, the broader policy framework, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, as one of the deliverables of the renovation wave. We have the Energy Efficiency Directive, setting overall energy efficiency targets, now agreed already between the two institutions. And the Renewable Energy Directive, we have the emissions trading scheme, which also includes the building sector, and several other important pieces of information of legislation, such as the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, recharging infrastructure for electromobility in the public space, and in the buildings directive it's inside the building, so this goes together. So and for the buildings directive we are now basically awaiting the launch of trilogues and basically the final negotiations between the council and the parliament, and expect that at least at the latest by the end of the year, under the Spanish presidency, this file will also be concluded so that it can be implemented. And it's necessary to implement it soon, because you need, as industry, but also the authorities at local level, planning certainty. What will have to be done? How do we tackle this? Otherwise, if we just negotiate here in Brussels, no one is helped with that. So thank you very much for your attention.
So, do you hear me? Yes, the microphone is working. So now it's time for your questions, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone will have time to ask our speaker a few questions. Do we have already questions from the audience here, maybe? Yes, Tuli, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask you about the trilogue. What do you think will be the outcome?
Well, the outcome will be certainly between what the Council and the Parliament want, respectively. So I think the usual functioning of the trilogues is that each institution identify its most important priorities from the public documents which we have, in order to see what bridges can be built, what concepts can be established, which would help ensure acceptance in both amongst the member states, but also within the European Parliament. I think what we clearly have in this file, it's not always the case, but here we have it very strongly so, is that the two institutions, Parliament and Council, are not uniform. Yeah? They're not just two people who have different views and they have to meet somewhere, but each one of them has a variety of views within, and some of the views are just the same. Yeah? So they are basically depending on origin of the actors, of political views, and all that. So I think it will have to be a kind of open conversation. What could be a kind of sufficient basis for overall happiness, convergence of views, basically. But I cannot, of course, not say what exactly will be the outcome. What we as Commission will need to ensure is that the key areas are fully addressed, and that also, and there we try to help with drafting, that it's expressed in a coherent manner and in a clear manner. So that's.
May I come in there, Stefan? I think what Tuli really wants to know, and this is what our industry is really a burning question for our industry, do you think that it will be possible to keep the proposal as ambitious as it is from the Commission? Because of course we support the Commission's ambition, and we are afraid that member states or even the Parliament might refrain from this ambition. What do you say about that?
I mean, there are certainly in the European Parliament's version several improvements also to the Commission text. I mean, we don't claim that our text was perfect, yeah? So it was prepared within significant time constraints, and usually you learn a lot from negotiations or discussions which took place both in the Council and the European Parliament. I think we have to address all the concerns expressed and have an open mind in seeing what could be evolutions of drafting. But I think what we really would like to ensure is that there will be minimum energy performance standards, that there will be better energy performance certificates, that there will be a strong role for deep renovations and building renovation passports, validity, reliability and quality of information, and a strong role of the national building renovation plans. I think that's very important. And the concept of zero-emission buildings is also very important to us, because we need to know what we are working towards. Yeah? So what is the objective and what that objective looks like. Yeah? So, and I think there are quite different views still. So I think we will probably get something on each of these points, but we also need to make sure that whatever we achieve on these different blocks will be, I would say, credible in terms of substance. Yeah? So that a zero-emission building is really a zero-emission building and not something which is something less than that. Yeah? So.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Andrea, please. Wait. I will, so that the people can hear you.
Thank you, Jürgen. Regarding the EPBD, what do you think? Which is the most controversial part of EPBD, and how can we overcome it?
Thank you very much.
I think there are several. One is certainly the minimum energy performance standards, how member states define them. What is the role of EU level minimum energy performance standards? That is one thing. The other one is actually to what extent the tool of the energy performance certificate, as we see it as absolutely critical, is implemented. Whether it is really used and expanded so that it can be the one source of reference, basically, or the one point of reference for everyone working with buildings to know what are the weaknesses, what are the improvements to be done, that it's considered to be reliable, also for banks to basically be included in the valuation of buildings, so that becomes economically also, I would say, sufficiently integrated. We would not really benefit from something which is just considered to be a burden, but of no use. I think that's very important for us to achieve. And where we see a certain reticence by member states, I would say, if I may say so, to do that. We have the council version is clearly for us in many ways not enough, and too much of a bit of business as usual. Let's just continue as we have been so far. It's not all the member states. It was a very difficult compromise in the sense of achieving it at that moment in time. And there are very different views across the member states, but I think from the Commission side, it's clearly not enough. But the Parliament version is clearly enough. There are also some issues which we like less than others, but overall, I think in the negotiations, we are confident that we will, by trying to converge the two institutions, achieve something which is well suited to the challenge.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah, from the President. Please, Klaus.
If I may. Are you concerned that other directives that are in the making will jeopardize your ambition with the Energy Performance of Building Directive? Because you need tools, you need materials. And if you look at the CPR, which is going to be discussed a little bit later, they increase the hurdles a lot for, let me say, a fast supply of solutions. Design for recycling, many other things we could mention. Now, what's your view on this, and how do you align these directives amongst yourselves?
I think it's very important to see buildings policy as part of the Green Deal. So we are definitely committed and should not make compromises by reducing the ambition level basically on circular economy, on recycling. Because they are equally important objectives, but we need to make it work clearly. So I think what is important for industry is that rules are set early on, that you have planning certainty to invest, to know what are the requirements for the materials which you need to produce before you can really expand the production. You need to have certainty about that, and I think that's valid in a general sense, but also in particular for your industry, where certain things are still moving. And that is also the case for some other crucial products. So we have to try to create that certainty as soon as possible, so that you have investment, the confidence to make the investments to expand, because your industry, but also several others, will have to expand dramatically, I would say, your capacity to serve this very strong and strongly and fast growing market, simply to serve the needs. So that I think is important. But of course we should also, I would say, be ambitious in defining the requirements, because to ensure that there's circular economy objectives fully reached, that the products are sustainable. Because in the worst case, we would basically now expand dramatically production, and in a few years we would regret that products would be on the market which are more like a waste or a legacy, a burden for society. So as it has happened in the past, for instance, with certain building materials, asbestos is just one example. So where we have a huge legacy of products which create enormous economic costs to get rid of. And I think we need to be sure that what is being used is also something which we won't regret later on.
Thank you.
I agree. I just want to avoid that we avoid to confuse single-use plastic materials with building materials like EPS in this case that is used for 50 plus years. So it's a different circular economy we must think. Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, I think what is important is always the full life cycle. That also there's openness to considering a range of products with an open mind, with a full life cycle approach, both in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but also environmental policy considerations and how and economic, of course, as well. Sometimes people jump on one or the other train because it's fashionable at some moment. It sounds good with a certain narrative, but it is not necessarily always based on a full assessment, comparative assessment, life cycle assessment with other competing materials. I think that's what we call for, without saying, of course, what is the conclusion. I mean, there are pros and cons as always. But it's usually not the case that just one product is the best one and the others are always worse. But one needs to differentiate what is the use, link also safety, fire safety, for instance, considerations with it, what to use it for, to have basically standard use cases established so that people are not confused. Yeah? So that all the elements are put on the table to build confidence. And I think that applies also for your product, that people know what it is best for and where one has to be possibly more careful or where it's not so suitable and other competing products are better. I think that's important, that people take that information as reliable, and then confidence and trust is built. And that, I think, is the precondition also for acceptance, for public acceptance. Yeah? So,
any more questions from the audience? Otherwise, I would thank Stefan. Thank you very much for being here with us today. It is our pleasure to have you. I will not neglect my Austrian roots, so I will give you a very Austrian present, because it was indeed a pleasure to have you. I will show you out and I will announce the next speaker, and then I will show you out. Thank you very much from all of us here today for being here and dedicating your time. I hope you will still stay with us and have maybe a bite afterwards in the coffee break. I will show you to the interview. This is what I wanted to say. I'll show you out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lang, Dr. Ries, every one of you. That's very
Something
nice.
very Austrian
Thank
for you.
That's very indeed. Yeah. So thank you very much.
I will show you to our assistant, and I will just announce the next speaker, which is... I will announce... Sit down for a second. I will announce the next speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know time is advancing already, but we are very glad to hear the next speaker, which will be Dr. Professor Ingenieur Andreas Holm from the FIW Institute. As I said, I'm Austrian, so I would always say the titles. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure having you here. As I said, he will underpin our arguments and everything that I already said in my welcome speech. Thank you very much, Andreas, who will show us that heat pumps do not make sense without proper insulation. That's very good news for us. Hello, Andreas.
He is Austrian, but he forgot a little bit the rules of the titles. So the first title is always the Dippel physics, and then the professor is the last. Okay, just. Nevertheless, I'm Andreas. I'm a little bit confused now with this introduction. So I heard that we are online, so Konbanwa Tokyo and good morning New York and bonjour Brussels. I will talk a little bit about the correlation between heat pumps and the energy efficiency of the envelope. I was told that I have 20 minutes when I prepared. Yesterday it was 30 minutes, so I decided to make 40 minutes. Nevertheless, it's an important topic, and it showed up lately that we forgot some things. And of course, we have some challenges on the way. We have 2045, 2050. It's not so long anymore. It's 20 years, it's 27 years. and it's almost today. So one of the things we should not forget, everything what we do today in a building will stay until our target date. So there is no chance of replacing anything except it breaks or fails. So this is something we need to be wise. Any decisions we make today will almost have no chance to repair it. So therefore, it's quite important when we talk about energy efficiency. And there was a wake-up call. There was a wake-up call, and the war in Ukraine was definitely a wake-up call regarding energy efficiency, because it showed up that we are limited in our resources regarding energy. And if I look, we are talking about energy efficiency a lot. And I am in business since I studied since 1995. And since then, you see here, almost here, this is where I entered in business. We talked about energy efficiency. And this was one of my main motivations to work where I am now, because I wanted to improve a little bit the energy efficiency. And if you look at the energy efficiency, the final energy consumption, at least in buildings in Germany, you see that over the last 10, 15 years was almost stagnant. And this is the reason for that, because we have looked only on one eye. Because we only looked in the basement and we looked at how can we change our heating system. And what we did lately was, and you look at the amount of installed heating units over the last year, it was increasing. And we replaced oil with gas. And we invested a lot of money in that. And at the end, what happened, even in the year 2021 and even 2022, last year, we had 6 out of 10 heating systems which were working on gas. And only 100,000 or 200,000 last year heating pumps in Germany. Now we are talking about we need more heat pumps. We are installing almost 1 million heating systems in Germany per year. And as I said, 6 out of these 10 are based on gas. So gas, we were like junkies, we were addicted on gas. And this is now what happened last year. We saw the energy prices went up. And in August, everybody was talking about energy efficiency. It was the topic. It was going media up and down. And one issue was, how can we survive? How can we guarantee that people will have enough money, will have enough heat for the winter? Every country has its experience, every country has its regulations. We came up with some ideas that we should not heat up public buildings up to 19 degrees and more. And what we had is, our institute, unfortunately it's in German, but we made a very simple calculation, and it went wild on media, because we showed just a very simple one. What is the estimated energy cost for a building with different energy standards? And so this is the average building over here. And you see the average building with an energy price of 10 cents, that was the energy price we had at that time, was approximately 4,000 euros per year. And with the estimated energy prices for gas with approximately 25 cents per year, a cent per kilowatt hour, the estimated cost went from 4,000 to 10,000 euros. So this is an increasing of 6,000 euros per year for an average household. This was a shock for everybody, but this was reality at this time. We know what happened in between, so the price went down, but not because we had more gas, it's just because we helped, or we installed a brake or whatever. But it was a significant increase. And on the other hand, you see a very good insulated house on the right-hand side. The percentage increase was the same, but on the absolute scale, if you're talking about 560 to 1,400 euros, it is still 1,000 euros, but 1,000 euros is something you can compensate. Here we're talking about maybe a wellness weekend, and here we're talking about 2 vacations during summertime. So this is a big difference. So this was a big issue lately. And especially when you compared now the energy consumption in old houses and new houses using heat pumps, using gas pumps, you see we calculated here, depending on the energy classes, A plus until H, the annual costs per year, average annual costs for 22, including already some reduction in the consumption. So we already assume that the people are adapting their behavior. And you see that the energy prices is increasing with the energy classes, which is not a surprise. But what you also see that for most energy classes, A to E, the gas heating system was still higher from the price compared to the heat pump, but only here you see that the system is changing. So a poor energy efficiency class has a very big impact on the heat pumps than gas heating systems. Now, how do the heat pump and the envelope work together? So of course we have a target. We have a target from bringing all our houses, especially in Germany, into 2045, and this is our house, my house, and we did an installation, or we worked on it on 2012. And honestly, we have insulation, we have a heat pump, we have PV systems. So our annual or monthly costs, including our electrical car and including all the computers and so on, is 200 euros. So this is something which is affordable for a normal house, 5 people living there, 2 teenagers. So we are talking about retrofitting, we are talking about renewable energy. So how do the things together? So that's not on or it's and. Okay, so we need to talk about retrofitting and renewable energy. We need to talk about how insulation, how retrofitting is impacting our heat pumps. It's not that in the past we only were looking on the right-hand side or on the right-hand side. Now we need to work together. This is especially a phenomenon of the heat pump, and I will show you why. But there are 2 scales of skepticism lately. So one is on the building level. People tell you solar panels are cheap. Why should I build to a FIO standard, which is, or to a low energy level standard, when I can build to code, when I can build to code and add solar and still zero out my utility bill? So why should I focus on energy efficiency if I get the energy from my roof and I produce it by myself, and it's at the end of the year it's zero, like in my case. But I worked on energy efficiency. Or why on a grid level, the grid will get cleaner, cleaner, cleaner every day. We have more PV, we have more windmills. Why does my building need to be more efficient if it's just going to run on renewable energies? So 2 arguments against energy efficiency. And we want to show you, or I want to show you, but this is a work I did together with my colleagues from EFOI in Heidelberg and Berlin, and we want to show you why there is a need for efficiency. And one need for efficiency is if you look at the big 5 studies in Germany regarding how can we achieve our CO2 neutral world in 2045. And all the big 5 studies, and I worked on the DENA studies together with my colleagues from Dresden and from EWI, we show that one issue is we need to work on efficiency, but we also need a transformation of the heating system. So the stones or the milestones are, if you start from today, where we have an energy consumption of approximately 1,000 terawatt hours in the building sector. It means residential and non-residential buildings. If you split it up into the different energy sources, we have almost 300,000, 350,000 terawatt hours from gas, liquid oil, then we have electricity and so on. So what we need to do is, from year to year, we need to start 2025. We need no new fossil heating systems. We need to increase the retrofitting years. So in 2030, we say we need 1 million retrofittings per year. We need 5 million heat pumps. 1/3 of the PV should be used in the houses itself. And so we need to reduce the final energy consumption by 45% and 45% reduction of fossil energy. So by 35, we need 50% of all the buildings need to be net integrated, 5 million square meters of PV elements on the roof, and so on. At the end, what you see, we have 30 million dwellings, which are accordingly, so this is 30 million out of 40 million dwellings, which accordingly have an energy standard equal to the NF 2002 standards. We have reduced the final energy consumption by 50%, and in total, we have 12.5 million heat pumps. So this is the way we need to work in the basement. We need to improve the energy efficiency. So it's a significant increase of retrofitting rate per def, and depth. It's not only the retrofitting rate, it's also the retrofitting depth, which is important. We need to increase the retrofitting rate, we need to have more efficient equipment, and we need to reduce our energy consumption dramatically. This is one issue. But also, we need to improve. That means we need to work on the single-family houses. We need to retrofit approximately 800 to 1 million dwellings per year in Germany. We are talking about new buildings, new dwellings, 400,000. We have not achieved yet. We are talking about the retrofitting rate, which is approximately 2% and more. But I prefer an absolute number because this is something we can, at the end, compare. So therefore, we need to work on it. But also, we need to work on the heating system. The heating system is mostly based on heat pumps and district heating in the future. We have to change our heating systems. We have to replace fossil systems by heat pumps or by district heatings. And of course, heat pumps will be the main source for heat in the future. And you see here, we have different studies, different values, but approximately by 2030, we will have 5 to 6 million heat pumps in our buildings. This is one target. So we need to increase the number of heat pumps from nowadays 200 to approximately 500,000 heat pumps per year. Now this is an issue. You will see, but this depends strongly on the type of building. We have the small family house, there is single family houses, small multifamily houses and big multifamily houses. And especially nowadays already you see that the yellow one is gas. So most of the buildings, 50% of all the buildings, of all the dwellings are operated by gas, 25% by oil. Then we have, especially in the multifamily houses, district heating. We have a little bit of biomass and we have a little bit of electricity. We need completely transform our heating system. Without the envelope, it will not work. I will show you. But what will happen is, if you look now, this is now, and this is the future, 2045. We completely substitute oil and gas with electricity, biomass, and especially in the multifamily houses, district heating. So this is a transformation, a whole transformation in the heating system, which is necessary in order to achieve our climate goals. And this is on the way. But we should not forget energy efficiency on that way, because especially heat pumps, district heating not. District heating are not the biggest, energy efficiency is not the biggest strength of district heating, because what they are doing, they're selling energy, and a district heating system only works if there's enough energy a consumer is taking on the other end. So district heating and energy efficiency are not working together, but heat pumps and energy efficiency are strongly dependent on each other. So therefore, especially in single family houses, but also in small family houses where we're talking about heat pumps, energy efficiency becomes more and more important. So why? Because renewable energy is also not endless. It is an important source and a very valuable source. So we need to work on renewable energy. So we need to bring our building stock from left to right, from old to new, from not energy efficient to energy efficiency. So this is exactly what we're talking about, the MEPs, and this is the future. And this is why the MEPs are so important, because they has a basic rule, a key function when we're talking about heat pumps. So this is definitely, but also renewable energy. It is a big effort we have to do, and we definitely need more electricity, much more electricity compared to what we have nowadays. And especially, but at the end, it's a system working together. It's not anymore. It's just the envelope. It's just the heating system. It's just renewable energy. It's working together. It's a system, and this is the good thing, that we finally realize that they need to work together. So let's talking about the building stock. We have a very complicated building stock. In the morning, I was running around Brussels, and I was wondering, where should we install heat pumps? And also, where should we insulate the houses? Because they have a beautiful facade, but there are possibilities. Interior insulation, the roof, the basement. So there is an opportunity. There's no excuse. You have to do it. But it's not only multifamily houses, it's also single family houses. We have new single family houses, we have old ones, we have one in the city, one in the suburb, in the rural area. So there are a lot of single family houses, and in Germany in total we even have 50 million single family houses. So most of the houses of the building stock is single family houses. But you also have a lot of heating systems, radiators, different ones. We have the old ones, we have the new ones, we have floor heating, we have wall heating, so we have different type of heating systems. And now we have the installation which has an impact on the heating capacity of our system. And you would see here is buildings which were built before 1978, which is 60% of our building stock. They have a very high heating capacity. So they have at least 15 watts per square meter. And if the energy performance goes up, the heating capacity, the heating demand for electricity is going down. So there's a strong correlation between how much energy I need from the grid, from the electricity, with the energy performance of the envelope. And most of the buildings are so far not ready in order to operate efficient with a heat pump. So what we did is we checked our national building stock and split it up a little bit into buildings which are NT ready, we call it low temperature ready, and those who are, so that means these buildings here, you can install a heat pump without, not without thinking, but without any big worries. So what you see here, almost 50% of the buildings, especially most of the new buildings, there you can install a heat pump without any big issues. But especially in the 50% of the old buildings here, you see all these old buildings, they are so far not suitable enough for an efficient operation of a heat pump. So this is exactly, we need at the end, we want to install, especially in the single family houses, heat pumps in all of these buildings. 50%, approximately 50, it's 40 to 60% of all the buildings so far are not suitable for an efficient operation of a heat pump. So therefore, why? Because it's not the insulation, it's more the insulation, but it's the combination of the insulation and the heating system, the pipe system. So how does a heating system work? You have somewhere in the basement a source of heat which is transported through pumps, through pipes, into the radiator, convector, and then it goes back. So we have high temperature, the energy goes into the room, and the low temperature is coming back. And this is, especially the question is, can the radiator cover the heating load, and can the piping transport the amount of heat which is needed in order to guarantee that we have 23 degrees in wintertime when it's cold outside? So, is the radiator good enough, and is the piping system good enough? There is no rule of the envelope so far. But the envelope is defining how much energy this radiator is giving into the room. So this is the amount of energy we need here, comes from the radiator itself and comes from the piping system. So now let's work. We have three different types of radiators. We have the normal one, and we have 2 layers, and we have a bigger one in 2 layers. So we thought about, this is typically what you install in buildings. Now here you see the needed temperature in order to guarantee that you have a high comfort in your room. And as a function, and you see here, for instance, what you see that these areas, the red ones, are those which are not suitable. So if you have a normal radiator, which is the orange line, this is what you typically have in your house. You see that you need approximately 65 and up more degrees C to be sure that you can have enough energy in order to heat up your room. So, okay, then let's replace the radiator and make a double one. So what you can do is, if you replace a double one with 220% of coverage, yes, I can go up to 55%. And if I install even a bigger one, but I have to work inside the room, I have to replace the radiators, I can go up to 50%, 50 degrees C temperature entering the room. The other issue is the piping. And here you see the energy performance of the building, the energy class. And here you see the red lines are the diameter, is the area where it's not working. This is working, now it's the other way around. And here you see the diameters of the piping system inside your house. And if you see in old buildings, here in H buildings, you already need, in order to operate, 18 millimeters of piping. Usually what you have is something between 10 and 12. So what you can do is you can replace your radiator, you can replace your whole heating piping inside without touching the envelope, and then you can install a heat pump. But you see, on the other hand, it's if you reduce your heating load by working on the envelope, you can keep the existing piping. So there is a correlation between the energy class and the energy efficiency, the operational possibility of a heat pump. So technical restrictions for heat pump in inefficient buildings assist of an efficiency class F and up. So E is somewhere the restrictions. So now, if I bring all the heat pumps into the building, or if I have electrical cars, and this is what we are doing at the same time. In Germany, we want to have 5 million heat pumps and 10 million electrical cars, and so on. So we are, and where are they? They are charged at the house. So at the same time, you bring your car home, you want to charge your house, you have a heat pump at house, so your electricity demand is going up. And what we forget at the same time, that decisions at this level, heat pumps, electric cars, and so on, have a huge impact on the energy performance, on the energy grid level. So if I need more electricity, I need more windmills. If I have a higher demand for electricity, I need more PV. I need more coal, or I need more wind, I need more storage, I need more transportation lines. So there is a correlation between the individual decision and the global interaction. So we need to change the level of thinking. We have to remember, if I look at the energy performance, the energy production during a winter day, especially in Germany, we had so far coal, we had nuclear energy, we had gas, but we also had wind and we had solar. And you see there's a fluctuation between day and night, but also the red line, the black line indicates what is the demand, and there is a lag between the demand and the possible production we have. And where do we get it? We get it from other countries and so on. So far, we have not achieved equality between demand and supply. Now the supply is increasing, but also the demand is increasing, and we have to synchronize it. So the electrifying heating system in buildings will shift the grid peak to winter, because we had 75% gas and oil. Now we will substitute everything with electricity, and this means 450 terawatt hours mostly consumed in winter. So PV production is mostly in summer, wind is all over the year, but we are shifting the peak to the winter. Also, the so far very comfortable fossil fuel generated resources are now replaced with the very variable renewable energy sources. With the energy resources, and the grid load is increasing from the electrification in buildings and cars. And how much additional electrification we need, especially in the residential buildings. You can see here, if we replace all oil and gas systems with heat pumps, the demand for electricity will go up from 10 terawatt hours up to 50 terawatt hours, and especially the peak, the heat load, is increasing from 10 gigawatt to 80, 90 gigawatt. So this is a huge increase in especially in the electricity we are expecting. So how can we handle it? And especially if you look now, what is the role of a retrofitted building? The role of the retrofitted building is what is very important. Now, what we have is, in the future, we have three profiles during the day. We have the traditional plug load, which is dishwasher, computer, flat screen, and so on, light. Then we have the heating load from the heat pump, which is going up during nighttime, going down during daytime because it's usually warmer, and going up again during nighttime. And if you sum up everything in total without the electrical car already, but if you sum up the plug load and the heating system, initially we had around 8 to 9 kilowatt peak, and now we're going up to 25 kilowatt. Just because we are installing a heat pump. Now the next step is, of course, can I change here a little bit? Yes, I can change. I can reduce my plug load. But the big impact is the heating load, and this is especially where the envelope jumps in. And if you compare now the total electricity demand over a day for a retrofitted and a non-retrofitted house, you see it helps us to reduce the electricity demand by the factor 2 to 3. Now let's have 3 buildings, which is normally what you have. You have more than 1 building. So we have 3 buildings, not retrofitted. Well, 25, 25, 25 is in total already 75 kilowatts. Now let's have 3 retrofitted buildings. Here you see the difference. No? It's instead of 75, we only have 25 kilowatts. So this is, from our point of view, not important, but from the energy supplier's point of view, very, very important. Now, because passive buildings reduce, or energy efficient buildings reduce the winter peak load by a factor of 3. These peaks determine the grid capacity needed. And if you consider that you also have a redundancy in the planning and so on, this is even a factor 6 to 7. And this is for the energy supplier a quite important topic, because this is investment costs and this is a lot of money. So the grid capacity needs is directly correlated with the costs of the transition to renewable energy. So peaks are often, also at the same time, we need to remember the peaks are often, at the same time, we have the most expensive and high carbon production of energy. So if I have an insulated house, a retrofitted house, I can reduce the peak load, I can reduce for energy production, and I also can reduce the CO2 emissions at the same time. So this is an issue. Now, it's not just about talking more wind turbines and more PV elements. We are talking about nowadays, definitely talking about a transition of the energy system, and the building itself is quite important. It's more important when we need the electricity than how much electricity we need. So the when is getting more and more important, because we have a very strong interaction between the grid and the building. As I showed you before, an old building, a retrofitted building, and a retrofitted building even with PV elements. So this is the electricity demand of a day, cold day in winter, of an old building. And if I retrofit it, combine it with PV elements, combine it with smart readiness indicators, where I have an interaction of the building, of the heat pump, of the electricity with other buildings and the grid, I can reduce and damp the peak into the areas where we have most of the energy production without losing any comfort. On the other hand, I am increasing the comfort inside our building itself. So, at the end, what is the consequences? I have a small area of 9 buildings. If I want to install now, because it's necessary, heat pumps, if they are not retrofitted, I would say I need to install for every system a heat pump of 15 kilowatt, so the energy grid needs to supply in total 135 kilowatts. If I retrofit the building before, all the buildings, I can reduce the total electricity demand, the peak demand, by the factor of 3, so I have in total 45 kilowatts. Or if I work with them so they can interact, I have grid integrated buildings, which is definitely the future, especially when you work with insulation and heat pumps. You can even reduce it from 135 to 9 times 3, which is 27 kilowatts. So it's a very significant reduction of the energy demand from the grid. So, and now, I come here from here. The wind is blowing in the north, and somehow we need to bring the electrons from the north to the south, because I also want to have my electricity. So we need more lines to transport That means we have more investment. But if I have a lower consumption, if I have lower peaks, I can significantly reduce also the investments for the power lines as well. So there's a benefit on that side as well. So there is an interaction between the building and the grid, more than ever before. We need to reduce the load, and we also need, and this is only possible if I have a significant improvement of the building envelope, I can have a flexible and reactive load management. Just imagine if you have an old building and due to the load management system it tells you, let's switch off the energy for 3 hours, electricity for the heat pump. After 3 hours, you start freezing in your house in winter. You start complaining. If the house is insulated, what happened? You will not realize it even. So the temperature goes from 20 to 19. If it goes from 20 to 15, in 3 hours you will start complaining. And this is only because the house is not insulated. You have still a heat pump, but nevertheless it's not working. So therefore, the when is getting more and more important. So we need to reduce the energy consumption. We must be more flexible. And at the same time, the buildings are now one of the sources of storage as well. So the future of energy storage will be water tanks in the basement, will be a battery in the basement, but also a lot of energy will be stored in the envelope itself. And it can only be stored efficient if we have a good insulation. So all these things together means that we need to start working smart. We need to work on the grid. And if the grid is ready, we can install we have to work at the same time on the buildings. And after the grid is ready, the buildings are prepared, a heat pump ready, we can start installing our heat pumps. Not doing the third step before the first step. For those buildings which are already okay, where the grid is already okay, you can start installing a heat pump. So 50% of the buildings we already can install a heat pump. This means out of the 20 million buildings, 10 million buildings are already ready for a heat pump. But the other 10 millions are not, and we need to work now on these buildings, but it takes some time. You need to work on the grid, you need to work on the buildings. So if we want to, over the next 25 years, install more and more heat pumps, you also need to retrofit more and more buildings. Summary. Conclusion. So let's have a simple case. This is a suburban area out of Munich. We have a couple of houses, old houses built in the 80s, and they want to install now because they have heard that heat pumps is sexy, heat pumps are good, I want to have a heat pump. The electricity supplier said, okay, the maximum we have here is somewhere an area, so the maximum we can give you is 100 kilowatt extra. Okay, now we start looking at this area. So we have 100 kilowatt. If we continue business as usual, we have only 6 houses which are able to be connected to the grid with the heat pump. The other 6 houses will stay on gas. And only one can drive his Tesla. Now, if I work smart, if I have a plan where I first look at the envelope, where I provide the people the possibility to work on the envelope, and then install a heat pipe, I can connect all the 12 houses, because I have a lower energy demand, to the grid. So all of the 12 houses can get a heat pump. They will reduce the CO2 emissions. They will decrease the load. At the same time, we still have enough capacity for 4 Teslas. Or 8 E-ups or whatever. So you see the difference. So there's a significant impact of the electricity demand and the energy performance of buildings. And this is the story we need to tell more and more. So we need to decrease. This is the road to success. We need to have lower loads, and we need at the same time make loads flexible and responsive. We need to decrease the building energy use and peak loads. We need to increase buildings' load flexibility. But we also need to work on the envelope, because without the envelope, it will not work. And the envelope is, of course, increasing the energy efficiency. It's helping out also with resilience. So let's have this situation. Last year, we talked about blackouts, brownouts. Yeah? Everybody was afraid, and we had plans against blackout. But in an insulated house, a blackout is also a dramatic situation, but after 4 days, 5 days, yes, then you have 10 degrees or lower. But in a not insulated house, the temperature in Germany during wintertime will go up to 0 degrees, and then we will start have freezing in the water pipes and so on. So this is definitely a problem. So therefore, we're talking about durability. An energy-efficient building, the envelope has a high impact on durability and comfort, and also providing heating and cooling load. And then, with the heat pump, we have the possibility of having a responsive, a smart connection to the grid. So this is definitely the combination of the two technologies is the road to success for the future. So building insulation makes independent from uncertainty energy prices because the consumption decreases. It supports the installation of heat pumps in existing buildings. It reduces the load on energy. It allows flexibility. It increases the resilience. And it is an indispensable way to provide our climate protection. So this is the envelope and the heat pump campaign. They need to work hand in hand. So a good envelope increases the capacity and improves the reliability of the circuit without producing any electrons. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Andreas. If there are no questions from the audience, I'm asking, are there? The time is really advanced, so we should speed up a little bit. Andreas, I don't want to cut you off now, but I know that we have other precious presentations coming up. So if it's not too rude, we will collect the questions from the chat, and we will address the questions to Andreas afterwards in the coffee break, if possible. And then I give the floor, because I will still have to give you your Mannerschnitten and your Mozartkugeln. Of course, you will receive that. Then I will give the floor. It is my big honor to give the floor to Alan Moss from BEWI to present about our material and what our material can bring for insulation. Thank you very much one more time, Andreas. It's a pleasure. Wait, you will get your Mozartkugeln, and then I will give already the phone, the microphone to. Okay, he prefers this one. So.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Alan Moss, for the people that don't know me. I'm the EUMEPS Vice President, but also the Sustainability Work Group leader. And besides that, I'm the head of the War Division within BEWI. I've been asked to talk about the importance of EPS to reach the climate goals and reducing Europe's energy dependence. Does anybody know what the 22nd of April was last Saturday? Birthday. Yes. I'm honest, I did not know neither. I was not following it. But with LinkedIn, social media, EUMEPS follows it. My colleagues in Isabau follow it. Knauf Insulation, Storepark, but also many other companies. I limited the number of slides for this one. This is also important for us to follow this and to act on it, to make awareness. When I look at the importance of EPS to reach the climate goals and reducing Europe's energy dependence, EPS. If we look at EPS, and I'm trying to speed up for Jürgen, this presentation is partly a BEWI presentation. I've lent some slides from my colleagues in the insulation division. I've lent some slides from various national associations and from the internet, stole some things. But if we look at the importance of EPS in our business, insulation, we just need to remember that 25% of insulation in Europe is EPS, or maybe 30%, depends who you ask. So it's very, very important. Saving energy is one of the most important things of insulation. So our EPS is very, very important. I think we all know the benefits of EPS in construction. We have some examples of the use of EPS in the construction. Many of our companies have special products for this. and we are focusing heavily on this. But one of the most important things of EPS is, of course, the lightweight. 98% air, 2% product. When I started in the business in 2007, the first 10, 11 years, I worked in finance. And my colleagues always said finance is boring. Past 4 years, I've been heading up the division, and I honestly say that maybe they were right. Finance can be boring. EPS industry is very exciting. A lot going on, a lot we need to act on, and not what we're doing. The last point on this slide, 100% recyclable. This will be the red thread in my presentation. EPS is 100% recyclable. EPS in construction is 100% recyclable. We will have some presentations later on today on the PSLoop, where we have some issues to solve still, but EPS without the flame retardant is 100% recyclable, and we use this EPS and recycled EPS in our industry already. If we look at reaching the climate goals, I think we're all aware of the next slide, EU climate goals, Green Deal, everything that we need to climate neutral by 2050. We need to look at the design, the construction, operations and maintenance. We have a role with our EPS in this transition. For sure, the buildings, the carbon footprint of buildings need to have a net zero emission by 2050. And I think our keynote presenters also, next to the previous one, clear indication how we can achieve those goals. But EPS is going to be important in this transition. How can we contribute? Of course, solar panels, wind energy, but also the EPS on the roofs. It's a combination, like always. The appropriate infrastructure is needed. Will we have subsidies? How will we divide, let's say, the investments that's required to become carbon neutral? Heat pumps, as mentioned before, 45,000 euros. EPS is slightly cheaper, but we need to have a combination of all these things. If you look at EPS and sustainability, there's a lot of calculations on the internet, and we are evolving in this as well. We're learning on this. If you look at LCAs, how to calculate LCAs, to be honest, we're still at a starting point. I think the LCAs will improve over time, will improve the knowledge of the savings on EPS, the savings on insulation, and the savings when we use many other insulation materials or combinations of insulation materials, and construction of buildings, of course. We have a low environmental impact compared to other insulation materials. And this can be right or wrong, depends who makes the calculation, but I think we all agree on, as an EPS industry, that we have a low footprint. We've been using EPS insulation for over 60 years. As Jürgen mentioned before, we have no negative impact on people, on the environment, on animals. We create sometimes products, integrated products, for birds, that they can put the nests where we don't expect them. If I look at reducing Europe's energy dependence, I think we all know the effect of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. 24.4% of gas supplied out of Russia. That is reducing. Heavy investments, as discussed before, is it 350 billion? Might be even more. But decarbonizing is, of course, very important for us to become climate neutral. If we look at the building sector, what we account for, 50% of the world's energy consumption, but I think we need to focus on the last part of these slides. We have the solution to reduce greenhouse effect. We save, with our insulation, 100 to 200 times the energy used for the production of our insulation. And the renovation wave will come, and we need to address that. If we look at these payback periods on ethics, and this is a slide from 2019, so if we look at this slide and would update this slide with the current energy prices, I think the payback will be much faster. But of course, when we look at the social aspect, the people that can afford solar panels, that can afford the heat pumps, are, let's say, the richer part of our society. We need to support the social part of our society. How do we insulate these and how do we finance this? I think we have a joint responsibility out there together with EU, national governments and us as industry. Recycling, I think that's a very important step that we are making as an industry. BEWI has had a heavy commitment into recycling over the past years. Collection, mechanical recycling. We are involved in dissolution and chemical recycling in many projects. If I look at the next slide, already in 2017, BEWI identified to close the loop on EPS. Maybe not from fish box to fish box. We started off fish box to fish box communicating. We've now moved more into EPS to EPS or EPS. And forget me for saying this, EPS to XPS maybe, if we look at the benefit from that side. But when we started our extrusion project in Porvoo in 2017, the whole idea was closing the loop. BEWI has since 2017 EPS, grey EPS on the market with up to 20 to 30% recycled content. We've not been communicating this heavily in the market. We should have done on hindsight. But in 2017, stating that your product has 20% recycled content maybe was not the best idea. At the moment, yes, you need to shout it off the top of the roofs because it's important for many. BEWI's invested since 2018 in our circular business for collection, setting up extruders throughout Europe to produce RE-GPPS that we can use in our extrusion process. And many of our competitors are doing the same, and I'll share those slides later on as well. We as an industry are acting in a professional way to move also this transition to use recycled content into our products. If we look at BEWI and EPS, we provide protection for goods, of course, energy efficient, and reduction of food waste. We are heavily, and we started, of course, in Norway with fish boxes, which is still one of our biggest businesses. We have committed to delivering more circular solutions, reducing carbon emissions, and providing innovative collection and recycling solutions. But we're not the only ones. I think we are all glad to see that the entire industry is working on this. And it's very, very important for us to do that. And that's the importance of the EPS industry. Some examples, use reuse by BEWI, Synthos, Vartal Loop, Hirsch with a reuse. Many, many others. I could add into this one, but then it's just a slide of pictures of our companies. Also, industry engagement in Lucerne, BASF, Versalis, many of us are working on this and communicating on this. I think that's, besides, let's say the climate neutral, this is very, very important because this is also reduces our carbon footprint, recycling. Moving from fossil energy-based resources to recycling. Of course, in our insulation part of the business, if we insulate a house, we hope the house is standing there for 70, 80, 200, sometimes 500 or 1,000 years with our material. And if we're honest, the EPS will be the same over 100, 200, 300 years. It will not change. The insulation values will not change. It's a great material. So what's the future of EPS? This is a slide out of our annual report from yesterday, published yesterday. 43,000 tons CO2 saved with our recycling activities last year. We increased 73% of our recycling last year. We're very proud of that, but we also see that our competition is doing the same, which is good for the industry. If we've saved 43,000 tons of CO2 by collecting only, what have we as an industry saved over the past year? How much have we saved over the past decades? And how much will we save over the next 70 years? That's why the importance of EPS to reach the climate goals and reducing Europe's energy dependence. I tried to speed up. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Really, thank you very much, Ellen. Are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we jump to the next point, which is incentive schemes, and it will be about the Superbonus, which is a perfect example for that. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Luca Saccardi, coming from Italy today. Hi, Luca. Thank you for being ready to speak to us today. And we take all the questions to Ellen, of course, afterwards, also from the online audience, I have to say. It's just that we want to speed up because of the time. Thank you. Yes, I know you will. Thank you, Luca.
Good morning, everybody. Still having fun? Everything is okay? Yeah. So, I'm here in a double role, in the role of representing the Italian association that has to lead and try to figure out what was going on during the Superbonus experience. That was really an amazing experience. It was really amazing. It was really tough, but it was something incredible for our business and for our industry. When initially Jürgen told me, Luca, are you going to tell us that Superbonus was the best practice? In my mind, I said, Italy, best practice. Jürgen, are you crazy? Are you joking? We used to make a mess on everything. And for example, yeah, this is just a part of the bonus that are ongoing in Italy nowadays. And it's only the half, because the other half is this. So, you see, we are super good at messing everything. Super good. We are the best. So yeah, the best practice to mess everything. But, okay, this you can, but these are the numbers. So there were a lot of acceleration. This is the number of the total investment allowed in deduction. And at the end of February, the completed works were around 80%. So not bad, not bad. And there you can see the investment by type of building. So single unit, condominium, and single family business. There you can find the average per single unit. There were, yeah, thank you. There you can find the,
It's working.
It's working, thank you. There you can find the single expenditure for investment, for building type. This is a scheme of where, in which area, the main investment were made by a region. So you see Lombardia, so the area of Milan, Veneto, the area of Venice, of course Rome. Generally, northern country were the first one who really married immediately the idea of renovating, okay? I would like to focus on two main bonus. The first one was the bonus 90%. It mainly focused on condominium because in Italy, you know, we own our own houses, They're not in the hand of funds or multi-property, but really is property of the people living there. And that was, for example, the first scheme. So you could deduct 90% until end of the 23, but then for the single family, the tax deduction was more. And was more because in Italy, we wanted to give the opportunity to have this kind of renovation to anybody without any discrimination. Because there are a lot of poor people or less wealthy people that cannot afford to really renovate. So if I can make a suggestion to the European Commission or to the member of the European Parliament, we have to pay attention not to forget the people that cannot renovate. Otherwise, we will lose a lot. So in Italy, also if you are unemployed or you are a student or you are an old people and you're not interested in renovating your house, you anyway generate an amount that can be deducted from somebody that buy this amount of money. For the Superbonus, of course, there was the main intervention concern the heating and water and heating, and in thermal independent apartments, the renovation and installation could be carried out only with 2 or 3 main leading works, and the main leading works was the attics, the roof, and the solar panel. So you could do other intervention, like, I don't know, window or the small columns for recharging your electrical car, only if you first act or intervene on facade or on roof. Otherwise, you cannot change your window in the 110%. In case of autonomous units, so single houses, was the same, but shops and office were excluded. Prices was a big topic. We have to pay attention in the EPBD because there was obviously inflation due to big demand. How we try to keep prices, to calm the prices with some references, with some text that published every 6 months, a price list. And we try, and this was quite useful, I would say, but price skyrocketed, I have to be honest. You see, this is an example for a climate zone. Italy is very long, so it's divided in several zones. And for example, for a window, the maximum expenditure admitted was like this, only for the window, and for window and the closing was that. And it was different from the zone. In case of some intervention that excluding the attics, the total amount was not exceeding 10,000 euro, there was no need for, no obligation for compliance, asseveration, and blah, blah, blah. This is, for example, other kind of scheme, house bonus 50%, so you see the maximum spend, the duration, kind of bonus, who could apply this, which were the kind of intervention. 50, 65% other opportunity to do. Okay, here we are now on the directory on the greenhouses. In Italy, we're talking about 9.7 million of building affected to the new EPBD. My association made a calculation that if we apply the scheme that is set by the European Union, every single day in my town, who is Verona, the city of Romeo and Juliet, who is 10 times less big than Brussels, there should be 300 of building site opening per day. I repeat, okay, apart from Verona, if in a city like mine, there should be 300 of building site opening per day, how are we gonna manage this? Okay, 300. Workers, scaffoldings, materials. So let me talk also from the other side. I work for the association, and in my free time, I manage a company of EPS, but only in my free time. So I would say, we have to be prepared, because if the EPBD is going on, is starting, I don't know when, I don't know in which time, in which framing, we have to pay attention in two things: financing bonus and timing. So I fully support the idea of the member of the parliament, Moser, that says, guys, let's do something in 2 years, 3 years, then make a stop, then make a revision, because it's so long and it's so powerful, a scheme that lasts 10, 15 years, that I'm really, really scared, because there are so many options and so many threats in creating such a long program. But I have to tell you this, and this exactly comes from the Italian experience. There would have been no Superbonus without EPS. And I want to say it really, really strong, this. And I'm convinced that there will be no EPBD if there is no EPS. But we must be ready. Company must be ready. Company must invest. Company must know that the wind is gonna come, and it's gonna come so strong. And not everybody was able to take it. Yeah, some company flew, but some companies sink. Or for some period had serious problem. So industry, get ready, prepared, because when the wind comes, it's not a joke. Okay, these are the targets, first targets. Also this, I find it a contradiction, but okay, let's start to do something. Zero emission, okay, starting from, so there are so many targets, so many dates. We need to simplify this, I think, in my opinion. What were the results of the Italian Superbonus? Total Italian state expenditure, 38.7 billion on subsidies. But we created 56.1 billion of GDP directly from Superbonus. This is something amazing, amazing. In certain area, there was a GDP of 7.8%. Not even after the Second World War, Italy saw that number. Believe me, they are Chinese number at the beginning of the 20. And then, in addition, other 25.3 billion of indirect impact, because everybody was working. Restaurants, highway, workers, I don't know, everybody was working. And again, induction effect. So I would say, if I renovate my house and I renovate my garden, and then I buy a new table for the garden. So this is not belonging to Superbonus, of course, but in fact, I'm buying a new garden table. So, you see, it's amazing. And the actual cost of the state is less than 33%, because it's the result of amnesty, of sanatory, of tax income. And for the first time, the black money, the money onto the table with the Superbonus came out from Italy. That is one of our 100,000 problem. But we also had that problem. And with the Superbonus, everything was clear, because the quantity of document that we had to produce, it was impossible to cheat. It was impossible. CO2 emission, yeah, not bad, huh? Not bad. 1 million ton in just 3 years, 1 million megaton. And the increase of the value of the houses. What would mean this? This will mean that we are creating and generating value by only insulating. Isn't it incredible? What were the, in your mind could be, yeah, but 110% is crazy subsidy. Yeah, it is, but with the addition of this 10% could cover the financial cost, at least at the beginning. Then the bank started to, use this, and it was not 10. They wanted to keep the 20 because they were not sure. There were 27 changes ongoing of the Superbonus. 27. So the law was made, and then in 2 years it changed 27 times. And then the regional and the country offices were not updated. There were nothing digitalized. So to get the paper, if you know that your building was okay, it took, 6 months just to get that. So also the public administration must be ready if we want to apply this kind of scheme for Europe. So the 10% also use the private individual. They could not invest because they have no cash flow. So again, what we could suggest from the Italian experience to EPBD to Europe: digitalize as much as possible, dedicate necessary level of resources in the local administration, and have the scheme to operate over a longer time period. This I do not agree, but the association was forced me to say this. I would prefer to work on a shorter time, but get better result. And then reply, or reproduce. Clear legislation and not immediate changes on Friday night when people go to the seaside on Saturday. Yes, because they used to do that on Friday night, new introduction of new legislation. And then make it social, make it clear, make it nice to receive. We are not stealing money. We are trying to make a better world for our children. We're not making anything wrong. It's over. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca, so much. Are there any questions for Luca? Maybe from the chat. Oh, I see Andreas has one. I will come over. Maybe introduce yourself for those who do not know you.
Hi, I'm Andreas Plättner from Styropec in North America. Just a question, what was the impact of in EPS consumption due to this Superbonus in Italy?
Really? The association have an estimation that from 115 kiloton we pass to 170 kiloton per year. No, a little bit less, 50%, yeah, 50% increase. If you add then the increase of prices, turnover blew up, really blew up. And I saw company doing 3 shifts from Monday to Friday, 2 shifts on Saturday, and 1 shift on Sunday. So really, it was unbelievable. And I reaffirm the centrality of EPS because other material were not even available. There was no discussion. There were I don't know, 8 months of waiting list, like a Rolex. No, Rolex is also more. But I would say, yeah, it was like that. And while with a proper program made together with your customer, you can really satisfy and fulfill, at least put in security your customer.
Luca, please speak in the microphone in case, because the people in the chat cannot hear you otherwise.
Am I not speaking in the microphone?
Yeah.
Oh.
Klaus has a question.
Luca, thank you very much. That was super interesting. I just wanted to make one remark. The price effect we have all seen in Europe was mainly coming from the period after the Corona lockdowns, when global supply chains were interrupted. If you take the EPS increase in Italy, that was big for Italy, but the capacities were there. The price impact came from lack of availability of raw materials in the entire industry. So we should not, let me say, be too afraid that we would fire up the inflation with incentive schemes for renovation. I don't think this would be the case.
Oh, I agree, Klaus, but the fact is that at a certain point it looked like too much. You know, with the prices, with the level of prices that were set, everything costed all the time the top. So never €5 less. It was always on the top. So this generate like a kind of affliction by the people that had to buy material, and it must not pass the idea that because it's supported by the government, everything is free. So I attended at some condominium assembly that people were expecting that if the bonus is 110%, where is my 10% that come back? Are you normal? Are you crazy? Or but somebody expected that also the government gave them 10%. So this must not be the case, huh? Yeah. No. And our industry cannot deal with that kind of problem. We have to be fair. We have to be proper. We have to deliver material, and this is much more important than if the level of price is €90 per cubic meter or €80 per cubic meter. If we can deliver material, we will have success. If we do not deliver material, we will fail. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Luca. So now everyone is already waiting for the coffee break. It's 15 minutes coffee break. I see the people are thirsty, and there will be also a small snack to take. So let's say we will reconvene at 35, so 11:35. At least let's try to be on time to start the conversations, and we are very much looking forward to the part that is about recycling, recyclability, and circularity. Thank you also to the people on the chat and on YouTube. See you later in a bit. So, I don't know if we should come back to the room. Are we already, maybe I need a sign from our cutter. Are we already online again? So, the audience is slowly coming back. Where is Adela? There she is. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and the snack. We are, yes. So we will now start with, I will just explain again. Unfortunately, MEP Grapini cannot be there for her keynote speech, but she nominated her assistant that will join us for the panel discussions later this afternoon, so before the lunch break. But this is why we skipped this topic for the time being, and we start immediately with our recycling opportunities. And it is my pleasure to introduce to all of you Miss Adela Lankl from Bachl, and she will talk about mechanical recycling to us. Adela, please come up. Would you prefer to talk with this microphone or with this one? This one. Perfect. So Adela, go ahead.
Thank you. So I will just wait a moment for my slides to come. Yes. So good morning. And unfortunately, I'm not Jürgen Sohn, as you have probably already seen. Jürgen Sohn is my colleague. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here today, but he's sending you warm regards and apologies. My name is Adela Lankl. I work with a team with Jürgen Sohn. We are a part of Karl Bachl Recycling. And I'm here today to explain you or to show you what do we understand as a EPS mechanical recycling in our company. Where are you coming from? The Karl Bachl Group is quite a traditional, rich company, nearly 100 years old. We specialize in nearly any aspect of construction. The main part deals with insulation materials, EPS, XPS, but also PU. And we act as an installation, as a converter and a recycle. We are based in Lower Bavaria, nearly 30 kilometers from Austria and also from Czech Republic. So it's quite a far away, 2.5 hours from Munich. Nevertheless, we've grown. We have around 300 employees worldwide, and we sell our products all around Europe and far. As I've already mentioned, I'm the part of the recycling department. It's very important for us that you understand that recycling is not a one step, one process. It takes a lot to come so far. We start by taking back system, by collecting the material, which is very important. Then it has to be sorted, again, in some cases. Then we come to the process of the recycling. That's our job. And when we are ready enough, when our product is ready, it can be sold to our customers or can be used in our own factories. And I will come back to it later. We start by collecting the material. We have been applying as a Bachl our take-back system over 30 years now. So you can see we have our own trucks to collect the material. This, for example, is a jumbo truck. We are able to collect white goods. Here you can see packaging material, but also cut-offs from the construction. This is the black one. This is our input material. We can work with loose material, as I've already mentioned, from the construction, but also from the packaging. Industrial packaging can work. Here is a picture of household packaging from a household in Bavaria. But we also work with compacted EPS from packaging and from fish boxes. Unfortunately, it's not so easy just to pick any EPS. We have high standards and requirements. Here are some of our examples, what we hand out to our customers. Our supplying team is working with these kind of restrictions every day. Just to sum it up for you, you can take a look maybe here on the right corner. Our level of purity has to be quite high, about 98%. To sum it up, the material has to be clean and dry. That's the main requirement that we have. And as I said, we collect our own construction material from the construction sites, but we can work also with packaging material. That means we always know what we are collecting. When it comes to mechanical recycling as a process, there are two possibilities to do that. Probably the most known one is an extrusion process. Just to sum it up for you, how does it work? We take our input material, in this case, this is compacted material, from construction or from packaging fish boxes. When it's clean enough, we are able to put it into the shredding machine, where it is shredded into these kind of flakes. And then we push it to our extrusion line. What happens in extrusion line, you put those cutted pieces into a compactor, heat it up, melt it up, mix it up around 100 degrees, and then put it into the extruder. Extruder is a big piece of machinery. We call it a snail in Germany because it has a form of a screw. Here, the material is again heated on many different occasions, between 170 and 200 degrees, and pushed forward to the sieves. After the sieves, you need very sharp knives to cut it into pieces, and that's what comes out. Those are small grains. This is recycled polystyrene. It's the size of big rice. Can have different colors, different shapes, and that's our product as a recycler. We need to cool it down, fill it into our bags, we can store it and use it later. The second possibility that we have to do mechanical recycling is our product lightweight fill. In this case, we do not need compacted material. Here are some offcuts from our construction that has to be sorted, then can be shredded. And then there is a specific process where you do not extrude the material. That means you do not have to melt it, but it comes out in the nearly original shape. As you all know, the EPS. This can be filled and sometimes mixed with some additives. It depends on the customer what he or she wishes to have, and can be filled in the sacks. That means at the end of the day, we have three possibilities. The first one, that's the lightweight fill that I've already mentioned. This product can be used in the construction as a filling material. For example, when you are building a new swimming pool and you want to use this material to make your walls thicker or in the wall, there are many possibilities. The other possibility, maybe the more interesting one, is the usage of the recycled polystyrene. There is the possibility of XPS. There's just one example from our company. There is an insulation board made of 100% recycled material. Or you could use it, of course, as a new EPS. There is an example of a project from BASF and from us, Neopor M-Cycled. We've already heard it by BEWI. There is this possibility to use recycled material into new insulation boards and specific content of the recycled material is included. When we talk about EPS, we always talk in numbers. It's quite important to know. I guess that a lot of you have already seen the conversion study from 2021 that is based on the data from 2019. Conversio estimated that there has been around 507 kilotons of EPS material in Europe. What can be quite interesting, or what concerns us as a recycler, is the amount of material that goes back to us. That means from this 500 comes only 165 to us. Around 230, that means a lot more than these 165 goes to energy recovery, or went in 2019, and 121,000 goes or went to disposal. These numbers are very important because for me personally, it's always important to give some kind of message And this is a message of hope, because as you can see, we can do better, we can do more as a recycle, but we cannot do it alone. We need a support on this part, because we come to the step here. We cannot influence what happens before that. And this is also one of our challenges. The next challenge is, of course, the quality of the material that we get. We try to educate our customers, but also the public, about the importance of getting pure and high quality material. Of course, we cannot forget the financial factor. That means we've already heard the energy costs are rising, transport costs are rising as well. We try to minimize it with our own trucks. We try to minimize it with our own service hubs. We have in each of our factory our own service hub, but it would be ideal to get, of course, more of those. And there are also some opportunity costs like feed-in tariffs in other countries. Nevertheless, as you can see on the right side of the picture, we let a company, SKZ, is a German-based company, to certify our product last year. And what came out is this. And when you look at it, you could see that when a customer uses our recycling content, he is able to use his carbon footprint of around 82%. That, of course, doesn't mean that every product has to have only recycled material or a specific type of material in it, but it means that recycling matters. That is important for our industry, and it is also a motivation for all of us. And that's also why We Recycle do what we do, because we get results like that and we see that our job matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So keep your questions for the panel discussion in the end. Thank you very much. Please note them down also from the chat. And we are going to the next point, which is probably the most innovative, one of the two most innovative recycling opportunities that our material has. Let's go with the dissolution process of PSLoop, and I'm very, very glad to introduce the Managing Director of PSLoop, the pilot plant on the dissolution process for EPS, Mr. Richard Geevers. Hello, Richard. Pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Richard, would you prefer to talk with this microphone or the other one?
This one, please.
So I know Richard has a very extensive presentation since we're already running late. Richard, how many slides do you have? Tell me again. Oh, only 92, I guess?
Yeah, so I want to be as detailed as possible.
Yeah, Richard, I think, and also the audience at home would be very glad if you speed up a little bit. So maybe focus on the most important things. I know that you have a lot to say because it's very innovative and there is a lot of secrets in there. So keep out the secrets if you cannot tell them. And I wish you all success here up here. Thank you very much for being here, Richard.
Thank you, Jürgen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a very big fan of public speaking. Sorry. No. I'm not a big fan of public speaking, so why am I here? And that is because I am absolutely crazy about the PSLoop project. Almost 3 years ago, I was asked to join this project. And why did it spark my enthusiasm? It is because it is a joint effort by regulators, by industry, by local government, by national government, by European government. And this sparked my enthusiasm. And now for almost 3 years, I am in this project, and I'm very happy to share some of the outcome today with you. So, as Jürgen has cut short my presentation, I would like to start with the most important, and that is the conclusion. So, what are the 3 key messages of what I would like to deliver to you? And that is 1, innovation is hard. But we need innovation, as has been told by you, by many of the speakers already today. It needs your attention, it needs your focus, it needs your support, because innovation is what drives this industry forward in protecting the environment and helping us against climate change. So that's 1. Second one, and that is something I have failed already many times, that is to keep your focus. There are a lot of things that we need to deal with over the next few years
whether it's energy conservation, CO2 carbon footprint. But the thing that I've been challenged with the most is to keep your focus. Just solve one problem at a time, put it into a plan for a few years, and then work on them each of the time. We have been challenged already many times now over the past few weeks whether we could prove our CO2 carbon footprint, whether we could save more energy, and I'm convinced that we can, but the goal of the project of PSLoop is to extract HBCD from EPS. That's our goal. We are working on that and we are making progress. So the third thing I would like to share with you, and that is also probably not a big surprise, and that is it always takes more time and more money than you expect. And many of you will probably know that about all kinds of startups that you do within your own company, but it always takes more time and more money. I have a background in accounting and organizational structure, and my goal was to deliver a working plan in Q2 2023. We're almost there, but I will ask you for a little bit more patience and probably a little bit more money in due time. So, what's important about this technology? First, it is based on the IP of both Creocycle and Fraunhofer Institute. I would like to share with you every specific detail I can, but for that I need all of your signatures on an NDA. And as Jürgen has just emphasized, it's not possible to get so much time. So what I would like to do is to tell you a short story, what happened when I tried to convey the importance and the magnitude of this project at home. So after my wife and my daughter signed an NDA with the company, I told her about this wonderful process within PSLoop. My wife and my daughter paused for a couple of moments and they say, it's a washing machine. And I said, do we have a washing machine? So I went upstairs and looked at the whole manual of a washing machine. And in fact, for me, it has a lot of resemblance. For many people who want more details, please come to our website or to the website of our founding partners. And there is much more detail to be found over there. Conclusion. This is one of my famous quotes I have hanging on the wall at PSLoop, and it is, what got you here won't get you there. Many of the speakers have challenged already the goal towards the next 10 to 15 years, and we know that they will be huge challenges, but it is impossible to treat those challenges with the same technical expertise and the same approaches as we did for the past 20 years. One of the most important questions that has been raised over the past, let's say, 2 years is, what's your business case? And my business case is to extract HBCD from EPS. I am convinced that if we put our shoulders under this, there will also be an economical business case for this, because we need to protect the environment. Whether that is a viable economic business case tomorrow, next week, or in 6 months, I do not know, but I am convinced that most of you here also probably have children or family. I want to be able to say to my daughter, we did it and we have proven that it is possible. So I also had a huge presentation prepared for all the parties that have helped us over the past few years in building this PSLoop story. I would like to extract 2 of them, and that is the GC group and the EUMEPS who host this presentation today. Thank you very much.
Richard, I think it's our industry also that thanks you for your incredible effort, since we are in regular contact on the phone. I know and I feel you in your job. It's not an easy one, but we are very proud that you are our pilot project and that you will prove that the technology works and that it will work in the future. I'm very much looking to have you afterwards on our panel discussion here, because I'm very, very pleased to announce that also the assistant of MEP Grapini meanwhile has arrived, so we are ready to start off afterwards with the panel discussion. We will now hear the presentation of our friends from BASF, from Ewen Chesnel, on the chemical recycling method, which is the other very innovative recycling method for our material. Ewen, come up here and you change shift with Richard. Thank you very much for being here. Hi, Ewen. Pleasure. you prefer this microphone? Oh my God! Now I'm feeling even shorter next to you. But you're telling me you prefer this one or that one?
Yeah, I'll use both. You'll see.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Ewen from BASF, and I understand it's my job to keep you alive for the last presentation before the panel discussion. I'll talk about chemical recycling, since we've been talking about mechanical recycling right before. Simply why chemical recycling is relevant and how should we make it, or how can we make it a reality and put it also in a broader context. But first, maybe some basics very quickly on chemical recycling. What it is exactly. So as you know, plastics and EPS come from a long value chain, these days mostly from crude oil, which is goes through refining and cracking before we get chemicals, then monomers, then polymers, then plastics goods. Today, unfortunately, going a lot into linear end-of-life options, but we also have recycling. Mechanical recycling aims to reshape the material. What chemical recycling does is to transform the chemical structure of the material. We have two main families for chemical recycling, so it's an umbrella concept. But the two main families are depolymerization, where we have a combination of chemistry and heat to break specific chemical bonds in the material and to go back to monomers. Another family is to go through very high temperature, where we break a lot more chemical bonds, and then we can go back to oil and gas product so that it can be used even upstream in the value chain. So in a nutshell, longer loops and additional loops for circularity. In terms of definition, it may have been complex to apprehend in the past. I think it's getting better now. We have many studies that aim to develop and to define better chemical recycling. It's also the case from the industry, but also the case from EU institutions that are also improving the general knowledge on the topic. So now, why is chemical recycling relevant for EPS, and if so, why? To answer that question, we can take a look into the future. 1 year ago, Systemic published the Reshaping Plastics study. The aim is to define the state of play on plastic circularity and also to work on some scenarios for 2050, from business as usual to net zero, and to work on several sectors, including construction. So you have construction here, and for EPS and the styrene family, you can look at the light blue bar. We have two key learnings from this study. First one is that we can do it. If we work well on policies and technologies, we can reach a 72% circularity scenario. The second learning is that to do it, the only solution is recycling. It might be stating the obvious here, but it's actually different if you look at other sectors. If you look at packaging, for example, since all the fuzz is around packaging these days, we have like 45% solutions on reduction and reuse, 45% further solutions on recycling to go to a 90% circular scenario. Here, our 72% circular is 72% recycling. So there is nothing on reduction, basically. Why is that? It's because the context and the sector is very different. We are talking about lifetime of products. So it's not a 5 minutes packaging that I throw away right away. We are talking about decades of lifespan of products. Therefore, we have old buildings that need to be renovated. We have new buildings in the making every day. All those buildings need to be energy efficient. So we need plastics, we need EPS, and we cannot afford to get rid of it. So what do? We work on developing recycling. Design for recycling, renovation, demolition and sorting, all the necessary measures that will enable recycling. But bearing in mind that all those measures will have an impact once those products become waste, so potentially in decades from now. In the meantime, we also have to work on the current waste, which are the products that were put on the market several decades ago. Therefore, we need to deal with those challenges, with substances, with polymer degradation, with complex and composite materials. For all those current challenges, chemical recycling can be a solution. So this is the place for chemical recycling. In addition, we mentioned 72% circular, which means 28% linear. So we will also need some kind of virgin input into those loops and into those production of materials. It doesn't mean that we need to rely on fossil. It means that we also need to look at other types of resources. So this is what we do, and this is the vision that we are building as an upstream industry. It's to look at three main types of feedstock: the waste that we need to recycle, but also biomass, and also maybe to a smaller extent, because it's more recent, carbon capture. This is how we can achieve circularity, but also net zero in the future. It's also a vision that is supported by the EU institutions. We have recently the communication on sustainable carbon cycles from DG Klima, the chemical transition pathway from DG Grow. We also hope that DG Enf will take up this vision in all the circular initiatives where she is in the lead. So now how do we implement that vision concretely? This is where we talk about the complexity of our processes. If we take it a bit in a simplistic way, we have feedstock going through a process to deliver products, currently mostly from fossil resources, but we have an increasing and a clear market pool to create alternatives, as well as an in-the-making regulatory push to create those alternatives, to make the same product, but from alternative resources. However, even though we have those incentives, we still have to deal with the fact that the volumes may be low or unstable. Therefore, it's be a high risk to create the exact same value chain that would need to tackle those challenges. Bearing in mind that building this new value chain a second time is also a lot of investment. So it's difficult challenges that we have to take up. Therefore, one alternative, if we want to transition now, instead of waiting for years until we have enough volumes, or instead of asking for tons of money to build those new processes, is to use the existing assets. Therefore, we would co-process the alternative feedstock with the fossil feedstock in the same industrial plant instead of increasing the industrial footprint. Now, of course, the benefit is that if you would need an alternative product made from alternative feedstock, you could count on a process that is already existing now. And if the volumes are low or are changing, you can still have the backup solution of fossil. So it's not just a fast transition, it's also a smooth transition. So what does it mean exactly? It means that we can keep track of how much goes in, how much goes out. This is the principle of mass balance. With mass balance, we know how much goes in, how much goes out, and we make sure that what goes in equals what goes out. It means that if a customer wants to buy an alternative product, he is guaranteed that his purchase is the key thing triggering the use of sustainable feedstock, whether it's recycled waste, whether it's biomass. And he gets a quantification of how much he has contributed to the environment. He knows exactly what is his value compared to the environment. So now I think, what a wonderful world, and you ruin everything by asking, where is the trick? No trick, but there is indeed a compromise, otherwise it would be too easy. The trick is that what you can see on the right-hand side, we do keep track of how much goes in, how much goes out. We do keep track of the environmental benefit, but we do not keep track of the physical material, which is a mix in the end. Therefore, it can become an issue when you talk about incentives on recycled content or bio-based content. How do we deal with that? Well, let's remember our promise from the beginning. Our promise is that we help the transition towards alternative feedstock. Therefore, to the value chain, we say, if you want to have a measurable recycled content or measurable bio-based content in your product, go for a segregated value chain. But if you want an environmental benefit, Or if you cannot have access to the segregated product, because this is the key challenge these days, a mass balance product can also fulfill those expectations. To the policymakers, we say that the content target in the law has a clear goal to incentivize the shift away from the fossil feedstocks. And the mass balance approach has is sharing that goal. So we can count towards those targets. However, it has to be claimed in a proper way in the market. We have to be transparent. We cannot claim recycled content per se, but we can count toward the policy regulations on recycled content. So that's the clear thing. Another point on the certification, we are not acting behind closed doors. This is certified all the way. The certification schemes guarantees to know exactly what is the feedstock used, where does it come from, so there is a traceability. Exactly also what is the geographical scope and the special boundaries, what is the supply chain, what are the mass balance calculations, everything is audited, and also act on the product claims. All this process also guarantees some credibility with the third-party certification. So in the end, I won't repeat everything. This is simply a summary slide. The key advantage of mass balance is to enable a transition now and smoothly of the industry before we reach other more satisfying maybe value chains or supply chains. And it should count toward the policy targets on content, but with the transparent claims. We should leave out the mass balance methodology as it exists now, but we should also take into account the reality, for example, on recycling, excluding fuels from the mass balance calculations. And we can rely on the key requirements that exist in the certification schemes, but we should make sure that they are third-party certifications. So these are a bit the key enablers in the policies, but also the compromises that we need to make as an industry to make that a reality. Just a final words to say that it's not just words, oops, not just word actually, but also not just word, but concrete facts in the reality. First, the mass balance is being used in many other sectors. If you buy fair trade chocolate or fair trade orange juice, you are also contributing to alternative and sustainable value chains via mass balance approach. And for the EPS, it's also the case. We've been talking about the vision that we had on biomass, on recycling, and so on. We have concrete examples there. These are BASF examples, but they are, I think, representative also of the rest of what the rest of the industry is doing. So either mass balance applied to biomass, mass balance applied to chemical recycling, and once it becomes a reality, we can also even go to mechanical recycling. That last example has been already mentioned several times, so I won't extend on it. It's 2023. You see where we are now in the progress. You've seen our vision for 2050. So whoever you are, from policy making, from industry, from civil society, we hope that you join us in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ewen. We keep the questions for the panel discussions afterwards, and now it is my big pleasure, before we change here the stage a little bit and to adapt it to our panel discussion afterwards, to introduce to you Ms. Alina Stanciu, the MEP assistant APA of MEP Grapini, who unfortunately had the vote today, a very important vote in the European Parliament. This is why she is replaced, but we are nevertheless very happy to have you. Alina, thank you very much for coming, and she will give us a brief insight on the construction products regulations from a Parliament point of view, and then we will take a short break, we will arrange the stage, and we will start with our panel discussion. Thank you very much. Alina, welcome. And I have something more to announce, because I have just seen that MEP Basso arrived. She was with us in Italy and took part in the AIPE conference in Italy, and she just showed up with her assistant as well. So we will maybe have an opportunity also to chat to her, but I will give the floor now to Alina. Alina, please come up.
Hello everyone, I'm the assistant of MEP Maria Grapini from the SNG group from Romania. I would like to apologize her for not being able to be present today because she has votes in Libe committee meeting, and also she has to chair the IMCO committee as a vice chair there. So, but she asked me to present her point of view on the CPR, where she is a shadow rapporteur. Also, at the same time, I would like to apologize for not being able to be present from the beginning because I was in a technical meeting on CPR, so it's quite intense. The Commission proposal to review the current CPR was adopted on the 3rd of March. Of course, the aim is to change the whole system of adopting the standards because along the years it creates many backlogs. Also, it aims to integrate a higher level of environmental protection when it comes to the construction sector. And in the INCO committee, the political groups drafted around 660 amendments. We're still having discussion together with the shadow rapporteurs, and we think we are making a good progress. The vote is expected to take place in May in IMCO committee and then in the plenary. In short, we believe that the construction sector needs harmonized rules at the European level. It is also necessary to take into account the circular economy when applying the legislation and also the impact on the environment. We also believe that the Commission should adopt delegated acts only when there are no harmonized rules, when there are some delays in the process of standardization, and also this should be done after consulting the stakeholders and the European organizations which are in charge of standards. Also, we managed to include an article in the compromises asking the Commission to adopt a working plan, to form a group of experts to consult, and then to report to the Parliament about the progress they made with this legislation, which are the standards they accepted and the ones that they rejected, and where they should work further. Also, I would like to highlight an important point, which is important for our political group, for S&D, is the direct installation, because the main rapporteur from the EPP, he wants to delete the direct installation from the scope of this regulation. But from S&D perspective, we believe if we delete the direct installation from this regulation, we will create a fragmentation in the internal market, because each member state is going to apply its own rule, and then we create a kind of fragmentation in the market and barriers for the trade. Also an important point is on green public procurement. We believe that it's important to have mandatory requirements concerning the environment when member states choose to have green public procurement, because this will encourage the sector to use sustainable products which are having low CO2 emissions. And of course, I'm looking forward for further discussion, and if you have any views or a position on this file, you are very welcome to send to us. Thank you.
So as I said, now we are going to arrange the stage a bit. Use this time, maybe some 10 minutes to give us time to arrange the setting for the panel discussion, and we will see in 10 minutes sharp here to have the panel discussion to conclude our conference. Thank you very much. So everyone, please come back to the room. Thank you so much. Everyone, please come back to the room. It's the last and final part of our conference. It's our panel discussion here. Yes, so everyone comes back to the room. I now have the pleasure to announce that we will have our panel discussion, and our star guest, Werner Bosmans from the European Commission, also meanwhile arrived. Thank you very much, Werner. Just take a seat. Alina, also come up, please. Ewen, come up. Adela, come up. And of course, Richard, would you please also come up to us to sit together and discuss very important topics such as circularity of construction products and end of waste. Pleasure having all of you here and have you all back in the room or on the online chat. So first of all, so maybe I start with the Commission. Werner, I think you have arrived to see some of the presentations on the recycling. What was your main takeaway now, and how did it maybe hopefully improve the image of EPS that you had before? We are very much looking forward.
How should I say? I wanted to hire her for the Commission because the messages that you were sending was almost the same that we would say, and obviously that went then on with the two speakers here. Where it's very clear, I mean, this is talking about recycling, and this is obviously what one of the main objectives that we want to obtain. May I maybe suggest to close the door there? I'm sorry. It is not only about recycling, a circular economy, but in the case of your material, it is probably the most important one. It is still an instrument or a tool to obtain the final goal, which is reducing environmental impacts. And in the case of recycling, it is very often the CO2 emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions that are the major impact. It is not the only impact that can exist, but it's obviously a major one. And when I'm hearing the stories and the advantages or the progress that is being made, this is obviously fantastic to see. Still a long way to go. A main reflection that I had when I'm hearing is about the logistics, because one thing is always the technology. The other thing is getting your material there. I saw the figures on collection and then what is being recycled. There's still a huge difference, and I was wondering, and I'm sorry, I'm not a specialist in the sector. I'm working on plastics in a very broad sense, on all subjects related to plastics. How you get something so light in trucks to 1 or 2 or 3 locations in Europe, because that's the situation today. How would it be later? Because knowing that you're transporting air basically when you're talking about EPS, how that would work. I was just wondering, you might have fantastic solutions already, but I would be happy to hear that.
Pardon? I could give it quite quick. Yeah, that's there. We are kicking off the discussion quite well. So Adela, please go ahead. You're the recycling specialist. Go ahead.
You compact it. You compact it. That's the best solution. That's why I was addressing the possibilities of service hubs. In our understanding, a service hub is a place where you can bring from, for example, your local authority or your local Hornbach, all of the material to one place in all those big sacks. You transport the air only to this hub, you compact it, and when you have enough of the material, you put it in the truck and bring it to us. The easiest, most economic solution.
Thank you very much. So maybe I go to the next institution, and this is not protocol, just to say, this is not according to the protocol, because we like, of course, the Parliament as much as the Commission. So, Alina, so what do you see if you consider the construction products regulation? Where do you see points that the MEPs or the Parliament could even help us maybe in this endeavor? And do you see crucial points that are now in discussion in the trilogue where for our material may be concerned?
Thank you. Well, since the construction sector is producing 30% of the waste, of course, in the proposal that we are having in the Commission, in the Parliament, we have requirements for sustainability to be respected, and also we are trying to encourage the manufacturers to use the products which are less harmful for the environment, who have a reduced footprint. And of course, there are requirements to address the circularity of the products, and also the manufacturers should take into account when recycling the package of the construction products. But as regards you asked about the trilogues, we know that the Council is still finalizing their proposal, their position, and we hope after the summer break that we will be able to start the negotiations on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe now one of the innovative recycling opportunities, because they are also touched upon in the construction products regulation. Maybe we start with Ewen. What is your, when you hear about what Alina just said, what is your feeling, and how do you see, how can the legislator maybe, because there are two legislators here on stage today, how do you see maybe how the legislator can even facilitate the work for the sector, because this is crucial, and also this goes afterwards to Richard, because this is still very much in development as well. So no worries, I will serve you with more glasses if you need some. So, but Ewen, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I think I tried to actually tackle it in the presentation in the first place. I think there are many measures to take. It's especially targeting recycling, because contrary to packaging, reduce and reuse is much more difficult in those applications in that sector. But for recycling, we have many measures to take on, like design for recycling, improving renovation, demolition, sorting, and so on. So all the steps of the value chain. And unfortunately, we have to take into account the fact that the product that we are discussing now will become waste in decades. So sometimes the key measures that will enable high quality recycling in short loops, in closed loops, and the perfect scenario that we dream of might not happen before some decades. Therefore, in the meantime, we also have to allow for many other innovations on recycling technologies, various chemical recycling technologies to tackle the waste that are difficult to recycle now. So I guess that's the second pillar.
Okay, just pass on the mic maybe to Richard. Richard, what's your opinion? What can the legislators do for you? That's the wish list now. That's the moment. Make the wish out to the universe. They are sitting here.
Then, of course, I first have to start with thanking the regulators for all their continuing support over the past few years already. We have a lot of support from them. Two things, and let me be clear, we are only a small company in Terneuzen, struggling with a lot of challenges. So what I would like is not more regulations for the next few years. We need also really to adapt to the existing regulations. And the second thing is, let's stop calling EPS waste. We need to have a different perspective. It's feedstock. When we start to treat it as feedstock, it becomes valuable. And as long as we regard it as waste, it will be treated as waste.
Werner, would you maybe like to comment on that? I know you are being a very tough cookie over years with EPS, so is this something where you would like to answer to?
I don't know where I have been a tough cook, but you'll explain me that afterwards. When no legislation, well, we are changing worlds, so they are coming up, changing rules. If we can stop the world changing, we can maybe stop changing the rules. But that's often not up to us. We all know a couple of years ago, nobody had ever thought that we would have a war in our backyards. that impacts quite a lot of our discussions as well on this, because it impacts our energy, it impacts our fossil, how we use, how we deal with fossil fuel. So it clearly impacts the plastic sector. But it's as well at the same time a cry or a push for even more recycling, which is your core business. So that goes hand in hand. At the same time, I think there are still some regulatory, how should I say, gaps that we need to cover. You both talked about, I don't know, no, you didn't talk about it, but you will need mass balance accounting. There are no regulatory rules on this for the moment. So I would assume that the sector would be happy to have rules there. So unless you tell me no, you don't want any. But okay. We are establishing those ones, by the way. First of all, we are establishing mass balance rules, mass balance accounting within the framework of the directive on single-use plastics. This might be infamous for you for adding EPS, and I might remind you that the EPS, that we don't allow EPS for certain single-use products. That was added by the Parliament in the co-decision, so that was not part of the Commission proposal. Just want to remind that. But that's now legislation, so that is up there. And if you wouldn't agree with the rules, I think most people can understand at least why this is in there. Well, anyhow, most of your product is going to construction. So the rules we're setting on mass balance accounting will be for bottles, plastic bottles within the single-use plastic directive. Now, once those rules are set, they will serve as inspiration for any other sector. I think that is clearly the case. It might be a bit more complicated for certain things to do the copy-paste, just the copy-paste. But it should offer at least the big lines should be more than the inspiration. We should build upon it. And one major thing that I maybe can add to this, when you're looking at mass balance accounting, everything that goes in goes out. You have this count, but there's a couple of things that kind of stays in. So you use energy to do the transformation. That energy is embedded in the product going in, but it cannot be counted for the outgoing product. Neither anything that goes out as a fuel, that cannot be counted either, and that finds its origin in legislation. In the Waste Framework Directive, recycling is only recognized as such if it is not leading to a fuel or to a material that will be used as a fuel. So it's a fuel excluded. That's how we call that in mass balance accounting. So you have a couple of elements that you need to distract. So it is not as simple as saying all the waste that goes in will be counted into your recycling. You have a couple of posts that will need to be distracted. And then the rest is still open for discussion.
So maybe since we finished the first round of questions, does the audience have one? Or maybe does anyone from you guys on the stage want to reply to Werner? Any question from the audience or from the chat at home? Please scream. Tuli, please.
Yeah, thanks. I actually have a question to all of you, and it comes back to what you said about waste to feedstock, end of life, and the interface between different legislation. What do you think about that? Could that be a chance, a way forward to have end of life status for EPS waste?
Would you like to answer that first, so that?
Well, as I already mentioned, the construction sector is encouraged to participate to the end of waste, to have more circular products in order to participate in the process of circular economy. Also, we're encouraging the manufacturers to take into account the environmental goals when we are producing the package and when recycle it. And also, we are encouraging them to repair the products, to reuse them, and we think this will participate to the process of ending the waste.
Maybe to the people of the industry up here, and you mentioned some sustainability, but all of this we still have to be competitive. So the recycling material there should be a market. Maybe Ewen and then Adela and then Richard, you might comment on that. What do you see as the challenges to keep the recycled material or the material containing recycled content competitive, and maybe how can the legislator here help you with that? Because we want to create a market in that. It has to be an incentive. It's a market economy. If you want to, Richard, please start.
Let me be clear. I'm not an expert on this subject, but what I do notice is that distinguishing the EPS with HBCD is a big help. So we already have a singular focus on this product. It will become much more complicated if we take into account all different EPS. But our goal is the HBCD part.
So making recycled waste more competitive than virgin. I think it's the challenge that we are already working on since decades. I think I won't speak for the mechanical recycling industry, but I think they've been alerting for years and years on the fact that they have a process, they have an offer, but they don't find the market because it's too expensive, and therefore this is why we have come up in the European Union, thanks to the legislator, with the idea of having mandatory recycled content. I think it's one key incentive. It's also an issue when it comes to larger loops and longer loops. When we talk about chemical recycling going more upstream in the value chain, where we have to deal with more flexible supply chains. And this is where mass balance kicks in, and this is where we have to adapt to the recycled content regulations. And indeed with all the key requirements that were mentioned before on exclusion of fuels and several others specifications, but overall this is still the main tool that we have to make this an incentivization.
Adela, would you like to comment as well?
We as a recycle, we are always dealing with two types of streams. We have a problem on the input side or a challenge, and on the output side. When it comes to the input side, it comes to the material that we get. We can collect it self, but as I've already mentioned in our presentation, we could use some help from the administration, for example, to extend the possibility of service hubs, to educate the citizens, but also the industry, that we are here and we care for your material and we can use it again. That's the first point. And the second point is, you've already addressed it, it's the competition that is on the market. We produce a product that is recycled, but it doesn't automatically mean that it's bad. And there has been long time the idea that recycled material is a secondary quality. We do not claim that we can compete on every level with virgin material. We cannot. But we are quite honest about it, what our material can do and what can it not. But the idea that the customers expect to get a lower price for our recycled material is just wrong. You have seen all of the steps that are necessary to get to the recycled product. So we would really wish, maybe also on the side of the administration, that there is a bit educational part maybe by the citizens and by the companies, that they understand what it takes to create something like that, and that we stay honest. We are not just dirty recyclers, but we try to contribute as well.
Yes.
I think we're coming back here to the basic problem that we have when we're looking at competitiveness and the economy. the externalities are not taken into account. So there is, for instance, not sufficient price on pollution. On pollution there's not, but on certain elements like CO2, there are first steps, but it is not yet really completely integrating the full price of all the impacts that a kilogram of a ton of CO2 would have to the environment. So therefore, at this moment in time, virgin is often cheaper as secondary material, because not everything is taken into account in the price. Within the European Union, we're working on that on different levels. And this is one of the reasons why very often we come with alternative schemes like obliging recycled content. Because there you can circumvent the fact that the price is not right. Now, there will be continuous efforts and studies to look at how it can be really integrated in the price. And on climate change, this is already happening now. There are proposals, or there are initiatives on the carbon tax on the border. So that is there. There's a market as well for CO2, but it's not on all the environmental impacts. How that will go on in the future is kind of difficult to see. Will that all have a price? Will that all be through different mechanisms? That's up to see, but this evolution to more sustainability will just continue. And circularity is a way to achieve that, and that's why we will set up more and more targets for secondary materials. I just mentioned the Single-Use Plastic Directive. It was the first time that it was done for plastics. It is now in the packaging legislation, in the proposal. I'm relatively confident that that will survive. It doesn't mean that everything related to this will survive, but there will be recycled content targets in the packaging legislation, and it will come up everywhere. It might come up in the legislation on construction, and it will go on. And then obviously more work is needed to improve the quality, and that's one of the reasons why we will continue as well to work on the design. Now, I don't know at which part this can be done for your product or your material EPS, even more as the recycling is often coming many years later. But we will look at the design of products more and more. We're doing that in packaging now, but we're doing that as well in ESPR, which is the eco-design for sustainable products regulation, which is as well now in Parliament and Council for discussion, where we will look as well on how we can better design products, how the recyclability can be improved at the design phase, and later on as well, how it can be taken up through recycled content. We will look at that for virtually all products. We will not do that in one step, obviously. This is a long-term plan, but it will come.
Thank you, Werner. Klaus, and then I saw that in the back is also a question, but...
Can I also give it to the back first?
No, go ahead, Klaus.
I just wanted also to utter a wish, because where we feel entirely left alone is the border mechanisms for imports. Already today we receive, let's stay with our product, we receive EPS from all over the world. Iran, China, specification that we have in Europe are unmet. They are not even ignored. Nobody cares in the end, and there is no protection. And I know there is CBAM, but CBAM is far away from polymers, and there is still a world of chemicals in between CBAM and the polymers, which are also not regulated at this moment. And if we think of how do we define recycled content in Europe, the mass balance discussions we just had, for example, if that's different in other regions, and I promise you it will be much different in other regions, again, another piece of competitiveness is lost in Europe, and I'm very worried about this. And of course, you can define recycled content for construction product, but if I'm using a product for 50 years plus, the recycled content and the end of life is much less critical than for a single-use plastic. And I think we are losing a little bit the differentiation between the different applications, and we must be careful not to stretch the target too much, because we already today we face there is a shortage raw material for recycling, because collection is not working good everywhere, which is, by the way, not the job of the industry. We can maybe support, but it can only be together with politics, with the governments. So we need raw materials for recycling to fulfill the quota you are going to impose on the industry for in the packaging waste directive. There will not be left a lot for construction, because again, as you said, the material is on the wall, our EPS, and will be taken off maybe never in 50 years, in 100 years. You have to be a little bit realistic in your targets, and you have to help us protecting the industry in Europe, unless you don't want us to produce anymore in Europe, which is an option.
Okay. Many things to reply to. I hope I still remember it all. First of all, of course, you need all to stop. No. You need to continue producing in Europe. I mean, it's self-evident. Not only for welfare reasons, because we still all need to keep, want to, or would like to keep our welfare, but as well for environmental reasons, because in most circumstances, we produce cleaner in Europe than outside. So that's quite obvious. I hear you as well saying that you're welcoming the carbon mechanism at the border, and that's what I understand for that. And I think our colleagues working on that, I think they are aware of that and that they're working on it. When we're setting targets on different product groups, I do think we take into account the reality of the sector and the interlinkages with the rest of the sector. So where their bridges can be made or not, we do take that into account. Does that mean that then therefore the result is perfect? Well, for sure not. There is a reason why we often consult with industry, why we talk with you in this kind of conference, but as well bilaterally with smaller groups, because obviously you have a lot of information that we don't have, and we're really listening to that. Can we always take everything into account? No, I'm sorry, that's not possible. So it's all of trying to find this equilibrium. We're not going to change the world in one day, but we are quite convinced this is the way to go on the longer term. And so you better be prepared for that, but we need to really keep always this equilibrium, and that I really think we do that in policy making, between progress on the environmental side while keeping the competitiveness of the industry there. And at the same time, those who protect the environment better will fare better in the end than those who don't at the longer term. But industry should always have the time to adapt. That is clear. I hope I answered to most of your things.
We could go in more details, because I don't agree with many things you've said.
Maybe we'll let Alina, she also wanted to comment. Then we can still come in with some questions from the audience, and you can comment on Werner, but I don't want to cut Alina short. Go, Alina, go ahead.
Yes, I want to emphasize from the very beginning that we are not trying to stop or to block the industry, but on the contrary, I think that when the actors of the decision-making process are making legislation, they should try to find a balance between the climate goals and also the needs of the industry. And we are fully aware that there are discrepancies and differences between member states, that they have different capabilities when achieving the climate goals. This is why we are pleading for having minimum requirements. If there are member states, for example, the northern countries, who are more ambitious and who have the potential to be more ambitious, of course they can do that. But this doesn't mean that the eastern countries, for example, they should not be together with them and try to achieve more ambitious goals. Thank you.
Okay, so is there any more comment from the audience? Otherwise, I've seen that Bernard has a question in the back. Thank you, Leah. And there is a lady. Where is a lady afterwards? Darius, you have a question? But Bernard, go ahead.
Okay. Also to the panel. Following up a bit, Werner, on your discussion on CO2, I think the example was given that mechanical recycling saves 80% CO2 emission. There's no value to that CO2 saving. So one of the solutions we've been already posing since about a decade to the Commission is why don't we put a value to the CO2 savings on an LCA level to stimulate the market instead of putting taxations on the other end of the equation. The second one is, you also mentioned very well, you have an image issue. Why do we still call it secondary raw material? Secondary means second-hand, means less quality. This is a psychology issue, so change the wording of what you want to say. And the third one I have is, in the renovation wave, we will take down a lot of materials which have been produced 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. They are well suited for a next generation of products, but we're not allowed to do it. So how do you want to describe? For me, a non-toxic circular economy does not exist. That's utopia. So let's work together with the authorities to get the things done which we can do, but then also allow that we can recycle materials which have already a 50 or 60 years lifetime into a next generation of products which will again have a 50 or 60 year lifetime. Thank you.
Any comments from the panel? Any of you?
You have an example in your mind, I think, when you're saying that you're not allowed to recycle certain things. So I don't know what you're referring to, because in general you are allowed to recycle. But obviously at the same time we cannot keep toxics in the loop. So it's a difficult equilibrium. I thought it was one of the reasons why industry and politicians are supporting that or setting up chemical recycling, because part of that, or a big part of that, should be solved with this kind of such kind of solutions. CO2 in LCA, again, it is taken up. So you have, again, something extremely specific in your mind there, where you think that the colleagues are not taking that up as they should do, in your view. I'm aware of a couple of other complaints of industry of that. I seldom see convincing arguments, but maybe you have one on this particular case. I cannot judge that just like that. I do know that the colleagues who are working on LCA, they are experts on the field, and normally they know what they're doing. That. And then your second thing that came already back several times. Let's stop calling it secondary raw materials. It depends on the context. If you want to sell something, in the end, it's the industry that is selling. So I don't think that you need me, neither anyone in authorities, to say how you're selling that. I mean, it looks like a marketing thing. What is there that we, as a regulatory authority, exactly need to do? Because there is legislation. First of all, there is waste at the first step. You cannot change that. So it's more than just rebranding you need there. That's beyond marketing. There is a waste stream first, and then you need to treat it, and then, in my case, it becomes, again, a resource. And this is what we said in the Commission already since many years. Waste needs to become a resource. There are several strategic documents on that. One I have co-authored in 2011. This is not new. Definition issue in which context exactly? I think in several directives and regulations, secondary raw material is mentioned. But it is at a certain moment. So why is it a problem? Because it is a waste at a certain moment, and it needs to be taken into account. And is as well something that we need to prioritize because of the environmental impacts that normally, in most cases, are lower. And that is, I'm opening a bracket. You all know that in environmental science, unfortunately, you have very often a rule of thumb, but you always have exceptions. So we always need to say, generally, there are always exceptions. So it is extremely specific, your things, but so it needs to be tackled in specific things, but it cannot be tackled just as general declarations. I'm sorry for that.
Anyone else? Otherwise, I know that Darius has a question in the back, or Richard, you were smiling. Would you like to answer to Werner? No. Okay, Darius, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I didn't find answer to Klaus Ries' question regarding industry in Europe, which has to fulfill a lot of requirements, which are good, but we have to pay money for that. And on the other side, we have a lot of material coming from outside Europe, even with the same quality, but on the cost level, much cheaper, because they don't have to pay for all these, let's say, requirements and paper.
Okay. First of all, and I think this was said by several on stage here, and I think you're all there, I think we all aim for a sustainable world. I don't think that we want to live in a world that is hardly existing, because the pollution is at such a level that that we don't accept it, that it's not bearable. So I think that's a common good. So we need to protect that. And there it's true, Europe is often at the front runner, and I'm proud of that. And I hope we will continue like that. Now, what it should not do, and I think I made that clear as well, that it hampers industry in such a way that you cannot produce here anymore. That should not be the case. Now, take care. There have been many studies done. It's rarely proven that is the environmental legislation that is the key factor in diminishing competitiveness. It's often labor costs. It's often cheap material costs in countries like China, where they just forbid to export certain raw materials. So they keep them for them. And that's a very different issue. That is not environmental legislation. So it's very rare. There are really tons of studies of that. And where it is the case, I mean, in product legislation, where there are certain things, the claims in product legislation is proper to a product, wherever it is made. Now you have compliance issues, you have enforcement issues. I'm very much aware of that. We're trying to solve them, and we are not solving them sufficiently. I know that, but we're looking at that and trying to do that. I hope it at least partially replies.
Yeah, partially.
Yeah. I think there are certain things we will not agree upon as well, but let it be like that.
So let's keep an eye on the time. Lea, you have another question over there somewhere? Or are you just bringing the microphone? Okay, are there any questions from the audience, maybe? Yeah, Jakub, please. Lea, give it to Jakub, please.
Okay, I have a question to our representative from the Parliament about CPR, and I'm happy to talk about it with you afterwards. I have our amazing position paper. And I have a question for you. What is the most discussive part of the CPR in the Parliament? And also, do you think we can get an agreement before new parliamentary election?
Okay, as I mentioned, the two main political points that we have in discussion now in the Parliament are the direct installation and green public procurement. We noticed there is a majority in the Parliament who wants to delete direct installation from the scope of the CPR. According to S&D views, this would just fragment the market, because each member state will apply their own legislation. Also, many of them, they don't have legislation in certain cases, and we are against that. As regards the green public procurement, we plead for mandatory sustainability criteria, because we think this is important in order to ensure the circular economy. There should be sustainability targets, otherwise we are not going to achieve the climate goals we have in the EU. And regarding your last questions, if we can reach an agreement, it also depends on the Council when they finalize their position. We are quite optimistic, and if we start the negotiations after the summer break, I think there is a big possibility to achieve an agreement before this term. I hope I replied to your questions.
So, if the audience doesn't have a question anymore, maybe you have another one, Jakub? Okay.
Now I have a question to Ewen regarding mass balance. And my question is basically, how can we design mass balance that it is not called a greenwashing? Because it's really important, and you know, as from EUMEPS I worked on mass balance, I can hear this argument very often from different people in standardization. So.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I guess it's a legitimate concern. Mass balance is indeed a rather flexible approach in terms of supply chain. And we indeed talk about the core idea of mass balance, which is the credit method. It means that basically if you want to buy a given amount of product, you would only pay for the corresponding amount of feedstock needed. In the other way around, if you would have a proportional attribution in all the outputs and in all the products that go out of the process, you would have to pay for a much bigger amount. If you want to use a metaphor, you can think of a tree. If all the branches and all the leaves of the tree represent all the products and the downstream product of the chemical industry, the EPS in construction would represent just one leaf, and you would want to buy one leaf made of alternative feedstock. So if you buy one leaf, or if you want to purchase one leaf, we offer you to pay for the leaf. That's the principle of mass balance. If you have a proportional attribution, you would have to pay for the whole tree, and to pay for the transition of all the other sectors, all of the plastics, all the chemicals, everything that goes out of the chemical industry, which would never work out. So it is flexible, and in that case, we indeed need to come up with some ideas to make sure that it's not called greenwashing, that it's transparent, that it's understood by everyone, and that it's in the end accepted. The main point in my view is how we claim it. The principle of mass balance and the environmental benefit of mass balance is just like whether it's a segregated or a mass balance approach, you would still have an environmental benefit, but the only difference is that you would not have a measurable content inside the end product. Therefore, you do not claim a measurable content inside the end product. So if you have a recycled content regulation, you can be allowed and accepted in the recycled content targets because you share the same target, the same goal of transforming the industry and transitioning from fossil to alternatives. That's okay. But in terms of marketing and to the consumer, to the customer, then you would have to be more specific and more transparent. And in the end, it's a different offer. It might be a less attractive claim. Maybe it will trigger a bit less the attention of the customers, and some customers will rather go for a segregated approach. That's fine. At least the offer is clear, it's slightly different, and then customer and consumer can pick it up. So that's the key point to me. Just make a transparent claim to the market, but leave the philosophy of mass balance being accepted in the regulation. And then you can come up with as an additional requirement, excluding fuels from the attribution, as it was said, ensure that there is a third-party certification and all sorts of control mechanisms.
Jakub, you're playing the devil's advocate here.
That's why you take
the president goes first.
Even I know that we are very cautious with our claim for chemical recycling, but if we are a little bit honest with ourselves, the secondary raw materials are normally not after the first recycling circle, but after the third or fourth, they are of secondary quality. So you need a certain amount of virgin material in the plastic production, otherwise your quality deteriorates. You have food contact products, you have medical products, you need fresh materials. And if we have a technology and a concept with mass balance that allows us to use existing assets in Europe for producing such products, is a good thing and not a bad thing. And we should not be shy about this, because we are producing a super high quality with a very good concept where we replace fossil feedstock with other feedstocks flexibly. And you can be assured that the assets we have in Europe for producing petrochemicals and plastics out of this, they will not be rebuilt for closed loop recycling, you know, with little bunnies on the production side. This will not work. Nobody will invest in such assets in Europe in these days. The energy costs are prohibitive, so what you do, you will push the upstream production outside Europe, and it's already there. So the steel has already been produced, the material has been used, and we are well advised to make best use of these machines in Europe as long as they are there. So for me, honestly speaking, it's a brilliant tool to make a transition from today to the future. And we shouldn't be shy about this, and not to oh, it could be greenwashing. It's a super solution, and call it greenwashing, I don't care. Without this, you will lose a lot of production in Europe.
On one hand, yes, but on the other hand, if we want to have mass balance approved, it has to be approved, you know, by the Commission, Parliament, maybe also go through standardization, and there are many different players who can use this argument, the argument of greenwashing. And just the last point, I was observing Werner when Ewen was replying, and also when Klaus, and you didn't seem very happy. And I would like to know, what are your thoughts related to what they were saying?
Werner, you wanted to, you were doubting that you're a tough cookie, weren't you?
Well, I have to admit that Ewen lost me with the comparison with the tree. So I was rather thinking what was the message there. So it was rather on that. And for the rest, well, I think the Commission has said on several occasions already that we see chemical recycling as complementary to mechanical recycling, and that we know that if we have chemical recycling, and we see that as part of the solution, that you absolutely need a mass balance accounting. So that is the clear position. Then, as a consequence, we are setting it up. We are rule setting it up on mass balance accounting within SUB, and the rest, I think, is clear. Now, before it's out, nothing is out yet, so let's see what the trajectory says, but we will try to make it work.
So, I have to watch a little bit the time, since everyone is getting hungry as well. Let's wrap it up, maybe. I think that we have learned a lot of things today, and I think that one of our strengths is sustainability, and our industry will succeed also to make sustainability our selling, and probably not unique selling point, but one of our main selling points. It's definitely our goal, and I think we have the regulators at our side here that are sitting on my left and on my right. So it was very nice to have all of you here with me on the panel. I learned myself a lot. Believe me, I was very quiet because of that. So thank you for all of you. Before I give the floor to our president, I would like again to thank all of you, and to our members that are in the room. We will have a picture afterwards, a group picture of our association being made. And Ingrid, you might help me where exactly this is. It is on the... in the lobby down there. So before we all go to lunch, because we are starving, please get ready for a group picture in the lobby, and then we will have lunch. And now I give the floor to our president, Klaus Ries, to conclude our conference. It was my pleasure to host all of you today, and once again, thank you very much for making the way to Brussels.
The most important thing, I wanted to thank you for coming and taking your time to discuss with us and present. I think this is the most precious thing, or one of the most precious things, your time to discuss. And you could see from the emotions that we would love to spend more time with you discussing. And you said we met before, and I'm thinking since then we must have met before, but I can't remember where and when. So if you want me to be able to sleep at night, tell me. Otherwise, I will think about this the rest of the week, I think. We are supporting in our industry, with this association, the transformation. We are committed, we are investing time and money in this. And I hope that we find the right way forward to, let me say, to give us enough time to make this transition in a pragmatic way, rather than having some illusions which we are not able to fulfill and then pay the price in the end. That's really a big wish I have, and trust. We are committed. Sometimes I cannot hear the word sustainability anymore, which we use every time in our meetings now. But that's the way it is, and we are on the way, and I think we have the right product and the right technology for this. So help us to be able to implement this as well in the markets. Thanks a lot.
So, thank you again. All the members, please follow Ingrid downstairs to the lobby for the group picture. Then it's lunchtime. Thank you very much, Werner. And